location. Now broadcasting.
Is that the biographer? Need something? Why not? Finally! Could always use these. Yeah. You'll love that, baby. Come back for more.
Track it down.
Best quality. We're gonna make you sorry.
Don't look at me like that. I'm just giving you information. Worst thing was they took all the equipment and the trainer. You couldn't have screwed over with anything. Jeff,
She is only 6 years old.
Sylvia's interacting with people. You could use a movie creator. My says that the Vegas games. One of Sophie's favorite. Had your eye on that video. I hope to serve you again.
Going on in the central computer detected that. Some say the renegades are about to attack. You gotta know what you're doing on. That's when you know you have to step on top.
Whereabouts are you?
We're just at the rest stop. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay, which rest stop?
Woodrow Wilson.
Okay, so like 40 miles.
Yeah.
Alright.
See you soon.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Drive safe.
We've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0.
Interest rates. You know, we've already hiked 475 basis points. And if you think about it, it was just March 22, so it was a little over a year ago when this Fed hiking cycle started. We have another 25 basis points priced in for the next meeting. The Fed hasn't been tackling the huge gorilla in the room, which is their balance sheet expansion. The Fed's balance sheet expanded more in the 8 weeks after the start of the COVID pandemic in the US in March 2020 than it did in the 9 years prior in QE. So the Fed has a ginormous balance sheet. They put a ton of money out there, and we really shouldn't be surprised that inflation is a thing. I think the question, though, is if the Fed hiking rates is going to do anything to fix the labor market, to fix the supply side issues. And to your point, Charles, inflation is global. It's not just a U.S. thing. It's all around the world. And I don't think the Fed can really control that beast.
Hey, I got 30 seconds, Nancy. You talked about opportunity. What's the ideal composition right now for a portfolio?
I think you have to add inflation expectations. You can do that using the TIPS market, which is Treasury Inflation Protected Securities. But you want to add other measures beyond just CPI. That's what our eyeball ETF does. It takes CPI inflation and then adds another measure, which is where lenders lend money using the yield curve. So I think it's a good opportunity for investors to be thinking about diversification, to be thinking about how to earn that return above governments without taking more credit spread risk, especially if we happen to have, we'll see this week, it's a huge week with all the earnings coming out. We'll see how things go, but credit, bonds with credit risk, it's the same beta as stocks, right? Because it's same, whether Microsoft is going to have great earnings or bad earnings, or Amazon or Google, all the companies, Chevron, Exxon reporting this week, it's the same corporate beta if you have bonds with credit risk as equities.
All right. Nancy, thank you so much. And we will be watching this week. You'll hear from us real soon. All right. Hey, speaking of confusion, folks, during this period of uncertainty, my next guest just made it easier. I want to bring in Manulife Investment Management Global Chief Economist and Strategist, Francis Donald. Francis, you posted a great table titled The Signals and the Noise, all to sort of flesh out whether the U.S. is heading for an economy. I'm going to share some of these tables real quick just so the audience can see. So you've got leading indicators on one, you got the coincident, and then the lagging indicators. Let's just start with the lagging indicators, because almost everyone that comes on the show is like, well, the Fed's still got to fight the employment, right? The jobs openings are too high. The unemployment rate is still too low. But you do make a point about this being a lagging indicator. Is there too much focus on it?
That's the issue, Charles, and that's really what we're trying to illustrate with this simple table, which is every day I come to work and my clients or my peers say, Francis, how can you have so much conviction we're heading towards a recession when the job market is just so hot? And my simple response to that is the job market is always very hot before a recession because it's the last shoe to drop. If we want to talk about where the economy is right now, we can look at the unemployment rate. If we want to talk about where the economy is going to be 6 months from now, it's not a valuable indicator. And when we look at the indicators that are valuable, from credit to inventories to yield curve, they all tell us that, well, if we use traditional indicators, there's a recession ahead of us.
I'm going to get to those, but let's start with just going through that for a minute, because I'm looking at housing starts. They're looking pretty bad. ISM and manufacturing data in general starting to roll over. Last week, you had the Empire was okay. Philly Fed, though, was ugly. Consumer confidence is down. Why aren't these as necessarily as important as some of the other indicators?
Well, the point is we want to get a sense of what the economy is going to be doing moving forward, because that's how markets are going to be driving off of it. And the really big indicators that we need to watch now are actually not maybe the real economy just yet, but what's happening in the credit space. And that's because we're not talking about, bank failures in the U.S. anymore. It doesn't seem like we had a banking crisis, but the impact on the credit channels is very real. And some near-term data we're getting on credit, an incredibly powerful leading indicator, is telling us that credit crunch is ahead. So yes, we're keeping an eye on housing, which is stabilizing because rates have stabilized a bit. We need to keep our eye on manufacturing, recessionary level. But the real problem we have is not telling us where we are today. It's keeping an eye on the leading indicators. And in some cases, Charles, the leading indicators of the leading indicators. That's the credit space where our eyes need to be firmly planted.
And it's sort of like when they say Wayne Gretzky always say you got to hit the puck to where, to where they're going. Right now, where they are. Same thing with a quarterback. you don't throw it at the receiver. So we see where it's going. Some of the things you talked about, yield curve. This next senior loan officer survey is going to be a biggie. We know that last one was ugly. Inventories, real money growth, M2, cratering, mortgage rates, new home sales. So you've got all of this red, all of these flashing lights on recession. Do you have an idea? Okay, I know you think it starts in the fourth quarter. Any idea how the Fed will respond if they saw the same indicators that you did?
Well, the Fed does see the same indicators that I do. We all got terminals. We've all got data that tells us
If
what's going on.
they acknowledge the same indicators that you see, or who everyone sees.
Charles, I don't have a secret database. It's all publicly available data
Right.
that the Fed clearly hasn't incorporated. But the Fed has a very giant problem, which is that it is not focused on growth. It is still focused on inflation. In most of the last economic cycles, when growth turned downwards, inflation turned down, and unemployment rate rose. But we may be heading into an environment when inflation is still high. So the Fed doesn't have the luxury of focusing on the growth side of its mandate or implicit growth side. Mm-hmm. It has to tell us it's still focused on inflation. And this is why positioning for this next recession is so challenging. Because if it was garden variety and I knew the Federal Reserve would cut in response to falling growth, I would say, hey, get your cash ready. It's going to be time to pile into risk assets about halfway through that recession. We have a playbook for it. What really keeps me up at night, Charles, is what if we head towards a recession and the Fed says, not so fast. We're not going to do a 180 like you think we are. We're going to keep rates high, potentially hike them again. That's a really different way to position yourself than the traditional recession playbook.
Yeah, and that is quite scary because no one, I don't think, has figured that one out yet. Francis, great stuff. Thanks for sharing it with us.
Every 3 months, baby.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so we talked a lot about the economic side of what's happening this week. Let's talk about the earnings season. It's going to pick up. We've got a ton of S&P names that are posting. In fact, 42% of the S&P market cap this week, another 24%. If you add in the fractions, let's say 87% overall. That's market cap. These are the biggest names, and they're going to start pouring out their name results. Now, so far, I got to tell you, it's been a little bit better than expected. I want to bring it out. Main Street Asset Management CFO Aaron Gibbs. Aaron, first of all, let's just talk a little bit about what we've seen so far. Now, this happens all the time. Estimates a year ago were 13%, then 10, 5. Well, yeah, it always comes down to a pretty low level. We jump over that level, and you have two camps that I always find. People that kind of write it off, they were lowered anyway, or people who kind of say, okay, that's good. I mean, should we be pretty happy with what we've seen so far?
Well, actually, no. So we haven't seen quite as many beats as we might normally like, but that's because the financial sector is always the first group to report. So that's sort of your 14% year. And they, obviously, banking first quarter, not so good for most banks. So they've been a little disappointing. So what we really want to see is when we see the 200 companies that report this week, or 200 or so, and the other 100 next week, that majority of the S&P 500, are those companies still able to beat, and are they able to offer good guidance going forward? So even though we've got pretty low expectations, and we're sort of at the lowest of the low of expectations for first quarter, are we going to see them come back up now that we've got kind of really all the bad news out of the way?
Well, one area that you're looking at are the transpos, right?
Yep.
And it looks really great. This is your transpos. You're above the 200. You're breaking the 50-day moving average. And it really looks like potentially smooth sailing. It feels like a smart play. All this money going, people are traveling and all these sort of things. But, again, it's been sort of a slog. Why is it going to break out now?
Well, so one of the things that the transfer has done, in particular the airline stocks, is they've had to adapt really quickly to a new type of customer and a new business model. Because obviously pre-COVID, it was all business class, corporate flying. That's still been staying reduced, and that hasn't come back. And what we've seen take their place is consumers willing to pay for high-end services, first class, business class. They're rearranging their airplanes to make it for that luxury traveler where you're going to just spend like crazy for that one-in-a-lifetime trip. And so they've done a quick pivot. Yeah, and that's part of it. Is like you're never going to have 5 classes of airplanes.
Okay, let's talk about some other things you're looking for. Free cash flow. This is critical to you. You've got 3 names: Apple, Starbucks, and Chipotle. Tell us more.
Yeah, well, like for your first 2 guests, they were talking a lot about recession risk. That comes with credit tightening, not handing out loans like crazy, tightening the money supply. And so when that happens, companies that have a lot of free cash flow, lots of operating income to cover all the bills, pay your electric bills, still keep going, pay your employees, those are the companies that tend to do well when we see a credit tightening. And so the companies that I really like that aren't very highly valued, that have really good cash flow to operating incomes, Apple, Starbucks, Chipotle, they have great free cash flow, but they still aren't too expensive.
Right,
and so
right.
those are the companies that I'm looking for. Not only do they have great momentum, but they'll also be good defensives if we do hit this recession.
So defensive in nature, but they've got the huge potential upside from where they are.
Exactly. I'm
Yeah.
looking for playing the both sides of the game.
I hear you. That's why we love you. Erin, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. All right, folks, coming up, it's really the start of a make or break earnings week, particularly in the NASDAQ. Danny O'Shea is here with us. You know, she's been hot as a pistol. Can she keep it going? I can't wait to hear what she's playing at 2:30. But first, though, sentiment is at its most bullish since the start of the year. Is that actually a sell signal? I'll ask. Ed Yardeni, he's next. All right, folks, this whole bank scare thing is not over. In fact, we're set to get some insight into this whole panic and its aftermath about 2 hours from now when First Republic posts their results after the bell. Kelly O'Grady is here in studio with more. Kelly.
I know, it's crazy to be in studio with you, Charles. I am a real person. But today's going to be interesting because, this earnings season, we've seen this trend where you've seen major inflows to the big banks at the expense of those small regional institutions. And that's a concern when they account for 40% of all lending in the U.S., especially when banks across the board, particularly the regionals, are becoming a lot more stingy about what people and businesses qualify for a loan. So actually, a recent Bank of America study saying the possibility of a credit crisis is now the top risk to markets, even more so than inflation, if you can believe that. So I want to share some numbers with you. Small banks approved 21.3% of business loan applications in February, but that number was 50.3% in 2020. Big banks have also had approvals in the same time frame, and you can see there on the screen, we've even seen a 2 percentage point drop in approval rates at those regionals since the banking crisis in March. Now, small businesses, they're going to be the ones that suffer the most, right? I mean, it was already very difficult to get a loan for a small business, but with higher interest rates, the latest Fed Beige book revealing tightened lending restrictions, that just got tougher. And these aren't companies that can issue a corporate bond or get funding from those flashy VCs. Many are taking on the financing themselves, right? Getting second mortgages, putting, spending on their credit card. And so with the rates rising, that becomes extremely risky to stay afloat. First Republic reports after the bell, and that's going to be a key indicator on what credit crisis might be coming.
And to your point, this it's like, starting all over again, right? When you max out your credit card. And by the way, credit card rates are all-time highs. So we get the First Republic, we get a few more, and then I guess at some point soon we'll get an update on the big one, the federal loan, the senior loan officers survey, right, from the Federal Reserve.
Absolutely, and I think that's a great point that you make, right? You don't want to start from square one. It's people that they put everything into it.
Yeah, it's really a scary time. Kelly, thanks so much. It's great seeing you in studio. Some are actually saying that in many ways that this bank scare, ironically, may have saved the economy and the stock market, as the street does brace for what they're calling a dovish hike. That's right. It sounds oxymoronic, but they're saying this next one will be a hike and a pause. Joining me now, Yardeni Research Inc. President Ed Yardeni. Ed, so last week there was an increase in emergency fund, the emergency lending from the Federal Reserve, 144 billion from 140 billion. Where are you with respect to? And we've got it here on the screen. It's still pretty elevated. Where are you with respect to this whole banking saga?
I think that it's been contained quite effectively by the Fed, the FDIC, and the Treasury. As you recall, on March 10th, Silicon Valley Bank basically imploded, and that was a Friday. And on Sunday already, the Sunday evening, they came up with some liquidity measures that I think have stabilized the situation quite well. But the crisis isn't necessarily over. We're all watching the weekly data to see how it plays out. And right now it's kind of mixed, but the loan data certainly isn't taking a dive. It's still kind of going up to sideways for most categories.
Are you concerned about the deposits? I think we were down 76 billion last week.
Yeah, like I said, we're all watching the weekly numbers.
Right. You're
doing a great job of doing that, and I think we do want to see that number start to stabilize. But meanwhile, the banks do have access to liquidity through these Fed facilities. In addition to that, they are letting securities mature, and they have access to those funds to make loans.
What's really amazing is that you mentioned March 10th, that Friday, that Monday, this overall stock market has taken off and not looked back, in part because everyone's talking about a dovish hike. In other words, okay, 25 basis points for the record, but then the Fed will let us know that there's a pause. Are you in that camp?
I'm definitely in that camp. I don't really think the last quarter point was warranted, given that it occurred a couple of weeks after the banking crisis first hit. And I don't think another quarter point is warranted, but I think Fed officials feel like they've been talking about getting it up to 5.25% for quite some time. I think they want to get it there, so okay, let them have the quarter. But I do think it'll be accompanied with lots of discussion from Powell and other Fed officials about possibly pausing for a while to see how things shake out.
So you've been bullish or certainly optimistic, pointing to that October low long before anyone else. I did see in your note, though, you mentioned this bull-bear ratio climbing for the fourth straight week, the highest level since January 4th, 2022. Is that typically a bearish signal?
Well, the ratio is running around 2. When it gets to 3, it can be bearish. But it works best as a contrary indicator, as a buy signal. So back on October 12th, we had readings of like 0.6 for the bull-bear ratio, the kind of readings that we had back in March 2009. And things surely aren't as bad as they were back then. But I do think we need some more bears so that contrarians like myself can feel more comfortable about the upside. Look, I think the market will be viewing the Fed policy outlook as bullish coming out of this next meeting. But then we run right into a brick wall of the debt ceiling issue, the impasse. And I think we have to get past that before the market can go higher. Maybe that issue will increase the number of bears.
Yeah, well, you know what? Just when you thought maybe there was some sanity come to the Federal Reserve, now we would expect it at Congress as well. That's a lot to ask for, Ed. I don't know. Thanks a lot for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, folks, coming up. So businesses have been throwing in the towel, but now they admit it. Wait until you hear about this. I've got Don Luskin joining me at 2:40 to talk about just how awful service is in this country and why. But first, the big week for earnings, Daniel Shea is going to pinpoint the names that she likes the most and help us really to handicap the big mega cap names. Really good with Delwich is also with us on the changing tides in this market. Hang in there. We'll be right back and explain it all.
You can't buy great conversations or excuses to unplug. You can't buy possibilities. And you can't buy moments that matter. But you can invest in them. At T. Rowe Price, we believe your investment should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price, invest with confidence.
Fox Business Prime is made in America. Every night, binge a new season of shows, weeknights at 8. First, it's American Built on Mondays. We're living in a new golden age. Then My Dream Car throttles up Tuesdays.
The big reveal's about to happen.
Is that the same car? Mansion Global wows every Wednesday.
This is so impressive.
And new episodes of Cops tackle Thursdays. Don't do it. Step out. Binge a new season of Fox Business Prime. Made in America. What if low type 2 diabetes takes over?
What if all I do isn't enough? Or what if I handle diabetes differently? Now you can with Once Weekly Mounjaro. Mounjaro helps your body regulate blood sugar. And Mounjaro can help decrease how much food you eat. 3 out of 4 people reached an A1C of less than 7%. Plus, people taking Mounjaro lost up to 25 pounds. Mounjaro is not for people with type 1 diabetes or children. Don't take Mounjaro if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Mounjaro and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, vision changes, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis and gallbladder problems. Taking Mounjaro with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant, or plan to be. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can cause dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. I can do diabetes differently with Mounjaro. Ask your doctor about Once Weekly Mounjaro.
This is the world's largest credit liquidity pool. With over 2,000 firms, $19 billion in daily accessible liquidity, $2.6 billion in price improvement with open trading. This is Market Access.
Meat Noodles. She's part short hair and part ninja. Meet the new Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mono, steamer, and Ninja Nemesis. Bissell, a new breed of queen.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspace.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspace.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
First, there's an idea, and you do something about it for the first time with GoDaddy. Then, before you know it, you make your first sale. Small business first never stop coming. And you have a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
You got this. Gobble, gobble. I see bigger legs on the turf.
Rude.
Who are you? I'm an investor in a fund that helps advance innovative sports tech. Like this smart fitness mirror. I'm also Mr. Leg Day. 1989.
Anyone can become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives you access to NASDAQ 100 innovations.
I go through a lot of pains.
Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risk, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
All right, folks, the NASDAQ composite, it's ruled in 2023, but my next guest says that this week will actually make or break the index. Joining me now, Sempra Trading Director of Options, Danielle Shea. Danielle, I love putting you on the spot. Now, you're too young to remember this, but in 1927, the New York Yankees had an amazing lineup. They called it the Murderer's Row. Yeah, Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig. This week feels like that for the NASDAQ, right? They've got a Murderer's Row of mega cap names: Microsoft, Google, Meta, Amazon. So are you expecting home runs from this group?
You know what, Charles? I'm not expecting home runs. However, I am looking at this week and thinking that, hey, you know what? Sentiment is low. We know that momentum is slowing in each one of these companies. However, when you look at them, they have such wide product lines, and they do have the ability to weather the current macroeconomic conditions. So when I'm looking at these companies, I think if we can get some surprises out of them, we could really see the NASDAQ rally. But if not, down she goes.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Are we going to get some surprises? All right, so listen. You kind of referenced it. They became the de facto safe havens. Historically, in choppy times, people go into the utilities. They go into real estate. They go to consumer staples. This time around, they said, no, we want to go into these big, giant companies with huge moats, a lot of money. Now they've got to prove themselves. Are any of them kind of standing out as possibly in your mind, okay, I think XYZ will beat and maybe give us some strong guidance?
Yes, definitely. I'm particularly interested in Microsoft, particularly with ChatGPT. And if you look at Microsoft and the trends, the stock historically rallies in the 8 days post-earnings, regardless of if it actually falls or trades higher on earnings. So I like Microsoft. That's one of the top winners in my portfolio. And I have been picking up shares of Amazon and Google as well. I'm not necessarily looking for any kind of blowout numbers, but I do think that this is a great time to create some bear market buys. And I think that Meta had a turnaround down at the lows. And I think that this one is a solid one to continue retracing after the destruction that it faced last year.
I got to tell you, Meta is still in many ways a cheap stock despite this monumental move it's had. I've also been impressed with staples, and I understand from what I was reading, you like several names: McDonald's, Pepsi, Hershey. First of all, why do you think they're holding up so well, particularly lately?
Well, you know what, Charles? Market crashes and inflation are highly stressful, and people like to eat their snacks. But in all seriousness, if you look at the earnings, quarter over quarter, they've continued to demonstrate that they're able to continually sell their products in this overall market environment. People might stop buying expensive TVs or computers, but they're still going to pick up their Hershey's candy when they leave the checkout line.
Yeah, and also they do have that interesting pricing power. What was it, Friday? Procter & Gamble, I was shocked. Volume was down on everything, but they jacked the prices up for everything, and the stock soared. I got to get real quick. I got a little less than a minute, but I know you're in this solar space from what I've read. First Solar, Enphase. Enphase is one that I've got subscribers in. EMPH, it caught a downgrade this morning. Stock though still looking pretty intriguing. I think these names are going to be phenomenal, but the volatility associated with them shakes a lot of people out. What do you say to that?
You know what, Charles? Volatility is there, but when you look at earnings quarter over quarter, and you look at the way that it's grown, and you look at the way that the stock behaves post earnings, you have a bullish stock there. So when you see those big pullbacks, that can give you a moment in time where you can actually come in and buy the stock. And you know, I have an in-phase system myself. It's another reason why I'm a shareholder. I love it, and I think it's the way of the future. So I'm going to continue investing in this stock.
You know, Peter Lind said, buy what you know. Danielle, you've been rocking. Thank you so much, my friend. Talk again real soon. All right, my next guest, he does absolutely amazing work. He can present the bull and bear case in this market, so we're going to lean on him for both. I want to bring in now High Mount Research Strategies founder, research strategist and founder, Willie Delich. And first of all, Willie, I want to say congratulations on the new firm.
Yeah, thanks, Charles. It's exciting to kind of step out on my own and start a new venture, so thanks a lot.
I got to tell you, I always have appreciated your work and the things that you post. And recently I know that you've been posting changes to the tide of this market, particularly the idea that we went 7 weeks out the gate, you know, straight up, you know, more new highs than lows, and now we've got 7 weeks, more new lows than highs. When you look at it, what does it suggest about where this market goes next?
Yeah, I think if we step back, we think about, you know, bull markets being markets that consistently produce more new highs and lows. Bear markets, more new lows and new highs. We saw that last year. It came out of the gate strong this year, like you said, but since then it's been more new lows and new highs in the U.S. So that suggests to me the U.S. is probably still kind of in a consolidation, struggling type market. Look overseas though, and there you've got a quarter of the world making new highs last week. That's where the bull market behavior is being exhibited.
Yeah, some of those markets where they've hit all-time highs, it seems counterintuitive, but it's actually happening. On the same sort of theory, you know, here in the U.S., you're concerned about market breadth. I know I am too. You put on a great chart about in the industry trends, right? So we have fewer new highs and lows. We also have the breadth of, you know, fewer names are making these big moves up. Does that help you, though, define an area that is working, or does it say, in general, just stay away?
Hey, to me, it says you probably want to stay away generally from the U.S., and that's new thinking for U.S. investors who over the past decade have gotten used to, you know, if the market's rallying, it's U.S. large cap growth that's leading the way. That's not the case right now. Large cap value in the U.S. is doing okay, but again, the strength we're seeing is from areas like, you know, Eurozone, Japan is making new highs, the UK is making new highs, not areas that U.S. investors are accustomed to thinking about being market leaders if the U.S. is struggling.
So if I had $1, Willie, for every time a guest came out and said, listen, things are hunky-dory because people, A, have jobs, their wages have gone up, I'd be a millionaire. But I saw one of your charts that said that consumer health is an inflation illusion. You got to explain that.
Sure. So we're used to thinking about the U.S. economy, the nominal growth and real growth being kind of similar because inflation has not been an issue for so long. That's not the case in the current environment. If you strip out the effects of inflation, retail sales have not grown for 2 years. If you strip out the effects of inflation, weekly average earnings haven't grown in 3 years since pre-COVID. So yeah, the nominal growth is there, but that's inflation fueling the gains. When you step back and look at real activity, the economy is not as robust as it appears just at first glance.
All right, great stuff. Again, congratulations. You deserve it, and I hope you much success.
Thanks a lot, Charles. Good to talk to you.
Same here. All right, coming up, we've got the great Jon Najarian. He's another person with an amazingly hot hand, and this is the day you want to watch him. It's a huge week for stocks. That means it's going to be a huge week for options. Also, a new poll shows that happiness in America, let's just say that it has collapsed. What does it mean for the economy, and why is it happening? Don Luskin is next.
I got hit with an EFP. It's a copper plate that is 1 inch thick that tore through the vehicle, tore through everything. I was just lucky. I had a phenomenal medic, phenomenal first response to my issues.
You just gotta take it on the chin and keep moving forward, man.
For every wounded veteran, there's a family behind them too who wants life to be accessible and obtainable and as normal as possible. And so when the foundation provides homes for families, that happens.
The house is an open ranch style floor plan. It's made for wheelchairs to not touch anything. All the cutouts for cabinetry, sinks, dishes, for countertops to move down for me to be able to cook better. Cabinets with pull down racks in it where I can pull it down and get cups, plates easy. When I'm in my home, I'm not fighting the world right now because it's made for me. It's made for people with disabilities, for people in chairs. They went all out. They understand what it takes to actually have an accessible home. And then they do it for mortgage free, and it's just something that I can never repay. It's not lost on me what they've done. It's a generational gift. It's meant to change the trajectory of my family.
But I think the home was actually like very much a healing for everybody involved. It's amazing that it's accessible for other wounded soldiers, his teammates who are disabled. It's equitable and comfortable and accessible for anybody we invite in there.
This is a movement. If you sacrifice and if you put yourself at risk like that, TGT is coming in and figuring out how to ease your life a little bit. That's the kind of energy that's behind this thing. Because we have to keep going for the next guy.
Hey, I'm Cole Hauser. I want you to join me in supporting our nation's heroes and their families. It's only $11 a month. Go to t2t.org.
Private market alternatives help you outperform the traditional portfolio by up to 40%. Meet YieldStream, the leading private market investment platform with 10 highly vetted asset classes. Diversify with alternatives. Open an account at yieldstreet.com.
SiriusXM. Listen like you're there.
1-800-PACK-RAT makes moving and storage simple. Whether you're moving in town or across the country, get an online quote for our secure, convenient, and affordable moving and storage solutions. Visit 1-800-PACK-RAT.com today.
Choosing Miracle Ear was a great decision. Like when I decided to host family movie nights. Miracle Ear made it easy. I just booked an appointment, and a certified hearing care professional evaluated my hearing loss and helped me find the right device calibrated to my unique hearings. Now I enjoy every moment. Quiet ones and the loud ones.
The Chasing Business Premier card is made for people like Sam who made
Everyday products, designed smarter. Like a smart coffee grinder.
They order fresh beans for you.
oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart
A
ideas.
brilliant reality.
The 8th Business Premier card from Chase for Business. Make more with yours.
I had to say, not a week goes by when I don't get terrible service. I mean, really bad, like in a restaurant, a hotel, even food delivery is always a guessing game, right? You put the stuff in, and then what you get, and it really has been awful. And I really think this has been coming for some time. In fact, a few years ago, I remember I was on Route 17 out in Jersey. A new pancake restaurant opened up, and the service was so bad. Just even before I thought about asking for the manager, this woman sat next to me, and it was the owner. And she just looked at me, shook her head, and said, "I can't find good help." That restaurant was out of business a few months later. Joining me now, Trent Macro, Chief Investment Officer Tom Luskin, and Don. So last week, late last week, the Bank of New York put out a note. I thought it was really telling why wage growth is slowing. We've heard all of these technical inflation and this and that. They said no. Turns out businesses have simply thrown in the towel. They cannot find good help. They're hiring less qualified people. They've given up on maintaining quality of service, and they're paying less. But my question to you is this how the beginning of Rome? Is this how Rome fell at the beginning?
Well, no. I
to say no to that. And I have a little advice here, a little life advice. Instead of going to pancake houses in New Jersey, you should come here to Dallas. We have wonderful service in all our pancake houses. Everything is fine. It's not an America problem, it's a New Jersey problem. We agree on that. I'm pretty sure Texas is an outlier, that's for sure. I will agree on that, but I do believe it's a problem in a lot of places in this country. Listen, we hear it from small businesses, right? The NFIB survey, all of these surveys are record highs on inability to find quality workers. And so it just bothers me because something is happening here. Now listen, when it comes to the Federal Reserve and we see wage growth slowing, that's good. But there's something beneath the surface there that I worry about with this country. Well, we are, we have an unemployment rate of something like 3.5%, right? So that's, it was like that before the pandemic, but before that it hadn't been that good for 50 years. Right. So, at that point, then, we're just dependent on, filling the jobs we have to fill. People turning 18 or 20 or graduating from college or graduating from high school or whatever they have to do. And those people coming into the workforce for the first time are coming into the workforce for the first time. And they don't know how to do that. You can't blame them for not being skilled. And, maybe some of those people who seem incompetent to you at the pancake house, it's just their first job, and they're learning with you. Right. And, maybe the time is to just think of yourself not as a victim of bad service, but have a little mentoring opportunity, right? And, I do that these people are working. I do a lot of people aren't even bothering to work. Don, I do a lot of mentoring. I do mentoring in Harlem. I do mentoring around the country, and I have for years. This is not a mentoring problem. This is a politeness problem. This is not a lack of skills. This is a lot of ignorance. Let me connect the dots. So there's a new poll out. 12% of Americans say they're very happy. Only 12%. This thing has plunged. The number of people who say they're not happy has surged. Again, I'm sure, I don't know if there's an economic, if we could connect the dots to the economy. Maybe we could just be a very unhappy economy with unskilled workers who don't know how to say yes ma'am or no ma'am. Maybe that can coexist, but but you're suggesting I'm worried about the wrong things. Well, I think when you talk about this happiness crisis, I think now you're worrying about the right thing, because that's not a question of skill. That affects people of all ages and all circumstances, and it's because right now the political class and the media class is just ordering everybody to be unhappy about everything. So be unhappy about your gender, be unhappy about your race, be unhappy about global warming, be unhappy about your boss, be unhappy about everything. And of course that's going to erase economic growth, because economic growth takes an embrace of the joy of being alive, because it's hard to make economic growth. You have to see an exuberant future that you want to build with your own hands, and you have to just embrace being alive. You're being taught to hate being alive. So what's the political purpose of that? Because these people don't want economic growth, they want political growth. Simple as that. I love having these conversations with you, Don. We're out of time now, but come back again, my friend. I'm sure we'll find some more things to discuss. Thanks. And by the way, I can't wait to come down to Dallas and get some of that real good pancake service, my man. We just make it brisket. I'll take brisket, all right. Hey, folks, we'll be right back.
What is Circle? First of all, it's a beautiful shape. It's connected. It's consistent. Community. It's meant to be inclusive.
At Circle, we build USDC, a digital dollar that's actually dollar-backed, one-to-one.
We're building the future where money will travel at the speed of the internet, fractions of a penny, and no one can do that, because it'll just be the way we work.
Circle's the place where crypto meets stability.
Where local businesses meet global
And
customers.
the US dollar meets USDC.
Meet Circle. Every day you get to choose. Do I want more?
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform, with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Ben, how many bathroom trips are you making each day? Try Super Beta Prostate Advanced, the #1 selling formula in its category. Made with Prostafed, a triple action blend to help reduce urges to urinate. Find it at Walmart or these retailers.
The first time you made a sale online with GoDaddy was also the first time you heard of a town named Dinosaur, Colorado. Start an easy-to-build, powerful website for free with a partner that always puts you first. Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. With Money to Save, we tried electric unicycles.
I think I got it.
Okay. Doggy paddle, only pay for what you need.
Biden's big government push inside the president's executive order and what this expanded environmental oversight will cost the taxpayers. Steve Scalise has critical insight on the bottom line.
USAA? Yeah, they have awesome rates on coverage for our car, home, and stuff. But they also have banking, plus advice, and other perks. So we know she's all set. Because we've got USAA.
USAA for the military community and their families.
Three 2027. That's 1-800-333.
All right, so these things sort of came out of nowhere, right? They hit the scene as the latest way to make a whole bunch of money, and literally overnight. And for a while, they lived up to the hype. But recently, well, according to reports, they are losing a ton of money. We're talking zero-day options, right? Apparently, traders are losing $358,000 a day. And look what the losses are now. You're starting to talk millions of dollars, $80 million. This is crazy, right? I want to bring in John Najarian, Market Rebellion co-founder. So, John, we've talked about this, right? How exciting it was, not just a few months ago, when people were making a ton of money on them, right? Now they're losing this kind of money. I mean, it's irresponsible. I mean, what do you say to folks who say, listen, I want to do this because I can make a lot of money in a short period of time?
Well, I would say they need a little education. You're exactly right, Charles. These can be fabulous tools, but if you're not using them correctly, you have so little time to be right, and that's one of the big features. You've got to be right now. You can't be right tomorrow because these options expire today.
Right.
So your timing has to be very, very good. The volatility of these options is not what people are looking at on the screen, because you and I have discussed, but basically the VIX is calculated off of options in the S&P 500, those options that have weeks to live, not just 1 day to live. If you all of a sudden shorten it up to just that 1 day or that 0 days till expiration, you're talking about volatilities that are probably closer to 28, maybe even into the 30s, not the 19 that they're looking at when they look at the VIX. And then, like you also said, they just don't hedge, Charles.
Yeah.
I mean, day traders by nature are long because they're going to think the market's going up, or short because they think it's going down, and they're not hedgers. I would also question a little bit about the survey, because I suspect that there are some pretty good day traders out there that are probably selling, and those are the most likely winners, not the buyers, in such a short dated time frame.
You know, also, I read somewhere that a lot of folks who do the DraftKings, and when there's not a game on, this is the game they play. Well, let's talk about earnings season, right? Because we got some monster mega cap names. I want you to quickly walk through us. Let's start with Amazon. The implied up or down to you, 7%. The most outstanding right now, the 110 calls. How are you looking at this?
So I look at it as in, of all of the speculative buying or selling, calls to the upside, puts to the downside, Amazon is seeing the most activity several days in a row. And you nailed it. They're talking about the 110 strike that expires this coming Friday. So they've already traded 34,000 of those today, Charles, which is the entire open interest. So that's the one that's got my interest. Obviously, the speculators could be buying Meta, Microsoft, or Alphabet, which is GOOGL, but instead, the biggest speculative money is flowing right now into Amazon, and so that's why I'm riding that way.
All right. Well, the good news is we'll find out in a couple days how it goes. Hey, John, thank you so much.
Sir.
Always appreciate your expertise. And folks, we'll be right back.
Thank you, Charles.
What will you do? Will you make something better? Create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors can provide you with the tools and expertise you need to bring out the innovator in you.
If you have this, and you get this, you could end up with this. Unexpected out-of-pocket costs, which for those on Medicare or soon to be, is a good reason to take charge of your health care. So consider this, an AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan from United Healthcare. Why? Because Medicare alone doesn't pay for everything. And what it doesn't pay for, like deductibles and copays, could really add up, even thousands of dollars a year. Medicare supplement plans help by paying some of what Medicare doesn't, and making your out-of-pocket costs a lot more predictable. Call United Healthcare today and ask for your free decision guide. Learn more about plan options and rates to fit your needs. Now, if you like this, greater freedom, you'll love that Medicare supplement plans have no networks and no referrals needed. See any doctor, any specialist, anywhere in the U.S., as long as they accept Medicare patients. These types of plans also give you more flexibility when traveling in the U.S. Your plan goes with you, anywhere you go in the country. Even better, these are the only plans of their kind, endorsed by AARP. Call United Healthcare today for your free decision guide. So if you have this and want less out-of-pocket costs and more peace of mind, consider adding this, an AARP Medicare Supplement Plan. Take charge of your healthcare today. Just use this or this to call United Healthcare about an AARP Medicare Supplement Plan.
Hey guys, Jefferson White here in the heart of the Ozarks with my friends at One Country. They are giving away over 60 acres of land, plus this incredible cabin. You can enter to win right now at onecountry.com.
Oh, buddy, you need a hug. You also need consumer selling. Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carriers and 100% U.S.-based customer support starting at $20. Consumer selling.
What's the alternative to riding the public market roller coasters? The alternative is alternatives. Private market alternatives help you outperform the traditional portfolio by up to 40%. Meet YieldStream, the leading private market investment platform with 9.7% realized net annual returns across 10 highly vetted asset classes. Don't spend another year overexposed to stocks and bonds. Evolve your wealth. Open an account at yieldstreet.com.
Take me out to the party, take me out with the crowd. I don't care if we never do.
So when I got my first bicycle, the first thing I wanted to do was get some of those baseball cards, right? I mean, it was so cool, it amplified the sound. Just everyone was doing it, right? Now, obviously, none of us back then knew that we were actually squandering fortunes just to be cool kids in the neighborhood. So I saw that last week. They sold a complete set of the 1968 Topps baseball cards for $1.4 million. Almost all of them were graded perfect. They included Hall of Famers. You had Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, Clemente, Aaron. They were all in that same package. The thing is, though, there was a sense that these cards, if there was back then, we knew that they would be valuable as collector's items, and we wouldn't have used them in our bicycles. And guess what? The irony is they probably wouldn't be worth something today, right? Plus, here's the element that everyone's got, the fun that we have back those days, right? Riding your bikes with your friends, no helmets, the wind in your ear, and the sound of those baseball cards. So much fun. You have some friend on a handlebar every now and then. The bottom line, it's just irreplaceable, really. And so, with that in mind, there have been efforts since then to create valuable collectibles and other things. And I don't know, listen, Beanie Babies for a moment worked. Those animated movie sales, remember they were selling those for a while? 80s movie posters, they didn't really work. And then some things just never took off. Believe it or not, the Beatles chewing gum cards from 1963 never took off. Neither did the Andy Warhol cookie jar. So, Liz Clayman, the Andy Warhol cookie jar, you're just going to have to keep it in your kitchen. There's no market for it.
No, I already have the dogs playing poker on velvet in my kitchen.
That's your retirement fund?
I'm betting on that.
All right.
That and my dad's fake spring show. Thank you. Thank you very much. We begin with breaking news. We need you to take a look right now at the intraday chart of regional bank First Republic. Ahead of its earnings report after the bell this afternoon, look at shares. They are popping 8%, not even at the highs of the session, which we hit earlier this morning. Investors perhaps bidding up this stock in the hopes that deposit flight, meaning bank customers pulling their funds during the quarter, was not as bad as anticipated. But, that was not the case for Zions Bank. In its earnings report last week, the Salt Lake-based financial said deposits plummeted during the quarter by 16%, but that the bank's balance sheet is fundamentally stable. Investors, though, continuing to sell, and at about $28 a share, Zions is back to the low it hit nearly 3 years ago. Coming up, a live report on how hard it's becoming now to get even a bank loan. A small one, big one, very tough. The issue for the regional banks, and of course the stock market overall, is that the problem began last year, well before the Silicon Valley Bank collapse, when the Federal Reserve began aggressively raising interest rates after years of leaving them near zero. Stocks right now, you could argue they're reflecting that uncertainty at the moment. We've got a mixed picture with the Dow at 39, S&P flat, the Nasdaq down 38 points, and the Russell down 3. Now, after a week where the Dow basically fluttered down about 0.2%, I mean this much, the S&P's loss was even harder to discern. It fell just 0.1%. The Nasdaq lost a bit more, 0.4%, as investors wait to assess how lenders are holding up after that March bank panic. The focus, though, may shift this week to big tech earnings. The heavyweights open the books starting tomorrow with Microsoft and Google. Here's your earnings calendar. Then Wednesday, Meta reports. Thursday, Amazon and Intel with the big reveals. But the one calendar entry that may have more power than anything else, you actually have to wait till Friday for that. It's the Fed's favorite inflation indicator, the core PCE, or personal consumption expenditures. Let's get right to the floor show. We're joined by traders Kenny Polcari and John Corpina, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Kenny, the Fed's locked down in its cone of silence ahead of the May 3rd meeting now, but is it earnings or Friday's personal consumption numbers that you think will make the difference between a moving market or one that's on the edge of its seat?
Listen, I got to tell you, I do think it's both, because I think we're going to get a lot of excitement coming out of the earnings this week. It's a big, big week. We're going to get those big tech earnings. I actually suspect that you could see an upside surprise in some of those numbers. But then Friday, like you said, we're going to get the Fed's favorite inflation gauge, and that's going to be the tell-all about where the Fed is going in May, and then possibly June and July. So there's a lot ahead. This is not the week to fall asleep at all.
Yeah, I know that, but John Corpina, when you look at the market action, you've got to believe that it's not just the PCE. We can put up the economic calendar, totally different from the earnings calendar, and there are a huge number of important pieces of data that are coming out, not just the home sales numbers and things like that, but we're getting the Case-Shiller home price index, not to mention, to me, I'm watching the March durable goods. These are, big ticket items that last from 3 to 5 years. Are people really spending, or are they going to either repair their washing machines or cars instead of trying to get new ones? And then jobless claims. First quarter GDP, the first read on that comes Thursday. Is there any one of these in particular where you feel that's more important than what a First Republic reports after the bell, for example?
Hey, Liz, I love to disagree with Kenny, but I have to be on the same side on this one here. It's a combination of everything, right? Look at the market activity today. Really benign, not a lot going on. Just showing us that everyone's sitting back and waiting for what's to come. You put this all together, earnings, the economic calendar that we have, all the chatter that we talk about the Fed, this is all going to lead us up to what the Fed does next week. We obviously wait for this date on our calendar, as we've seen before in the past, and how the market activity relates to it. And it seems like we're getting towards the end of the tunnel here as far as interest rate hikes are concerned. This is a very important meeting. The Fed has always said they're going to remain data dependent. Well, they're going to get it this week. They're going to get tons, a third of the S&P reporting this week, add all that other economic data that's going to add into that. They are going to have exactly what they need. And to Kenny's, to go along Kenny's line, they're going to have all the ingredients that they need for their recipe to come out with their product on next week. And I think we're going to see a quick raise, and then that's going to be the end of it.
Well, okay, if you're talking about recipes and you're talking about inflation, Coca-Cola reported this morning, and they did pretty well because they are able to have pricing power. Again, when you have pricing power, that means inflation is still hanging around. Stock had been positive in the beginning, Kenny. It has dipped into negative territory just by about 0.5%. But won't the Fed look at something like Coca-Cola and say, you know what, this confirms our fears, that companies are able to continue hiking prices, and so inflation remains sticky?
Well, and that goes to your point about, are we really, I was in the camp that we're going to get May and then a pause, but I'm starting to waver on that a little bit, because exactly to your point, is that could they say May and then June and then a pause, right? But look, Coca-Cola also did say that there were supply prices that were coming down. He was seeing some relief in the cost of goods, yet not enough, right? So that allowed him to continue to have that pricing pressure. So I think that was a little, it was kind of a mixed message coming out of Coke. I thought it was actually a positive message, but look what they've done. They took the stock up, and now they're just taking a little bit of profit out of it. But yes, to your point, that's going to be the ongoing narrative that the Fed's going to have to listen to.
Well, John, don't forget the fact that raw sugar futures are also spiking pretty dramatically. Go back to the banks. We got Credit Suisse numbers, and there was some scary stuff in there, obviously, before it had to be rescued by UBS. We're waiting on First Republic numbers after the bell. Why do you think, as a trader, this stock is popping 8% at the moment for First Republic? I mean, I think that are investors getting a little ahead of their skis?
Yeah, Liz, I think we know what we know, and I think that's the good news that's there. The dust has settled in this, right? You and I spoke about this when we were going through the regional bank issues that were there. It was the contagion effect of what's going to happen next. Is this going to roll into other regional banks? It seems like it was contained in that certain area, a certain spectrum, and it hasn't gone anywhere further. And I think First Republic clearly felt the impact of that, but they were able to stabilize, and when we see the way the stock has been trading recently. So once again, we know what we know. That's the good news that's here. We know that the outflow is going to be painful, but how painful will it be? How substantial it's going to be? I don't think it's irrelevant. We know it's going to be there. So I think what investors are looking at is get this earnings report out, digest this negative news that's probably going to be attached to it, and then the stock will start to rebound from there. So as you said, yes, they are getting ahead of this.
Well, let's talk about the Fed again, because you can get ahead of anything that you want, but the Fed, we're already ahead of, because we know what they're going to do, don't we? I mean, we're looking at Fed funds futures now, something like a 90% odds probability that we will see a 25 basis point hike. May 3rd, that's where we are right now. Now, actually, we updated it, 91.4%. Probability. Okay, so everybody should stop crying and accept it, right? The stages of grief. But then, June. The June Fed funds futures indicate more of a pause, more than 65% odds of a pause there, and now it's 67.9%, and even a 26% chance of a quarter basis point hike. What do you think? I mean, the Fed is not bluffing, are they?
No, the Fed is not. No, I don't think the Fed's bluffing at all. And like I said, I'm starting on the fence a little bit, thinking that we're going to get 2 more rate hikes, a May and a June. I was very much in the camp that was going to be May and then stop and get us to 5, 5.25 in the terminal rate. But in fact, if they go in June again, that'll get us to 5.25, 5.5, which is kind of more where we're hearing some of the most recent Fed FOMC member commentary, right? Loretta Mester, Jimmy Bullish, Neil Kashkari, all pushing for a little bit higher. So we may be in that camp. And by the way, the CTA just reported that there's a huge bet, right? A 1.29 million contract bet that the Fed is going to continue to raise rates into June and possibly July. And that means, if that's true, that's a bet that's going to pay off because Treasury prices will decline. It's a short bet, so they're betting that Treasury prices will decline because yields will go up because the Fed continues to raise.
We need to give that bet a name. Is that the T-bill whale? What should we call that? That's quite a whale of a trick.
I put it in my notes. I put it in my note this morning.
Yes, and I wake up to that note every morning because that's my life, John. John Kenny, great to see you. John, no more agreeing with Kenny Polcari, okay? We can't have that on this show. Great to see you both.
Love it. Thank you.
You bet. The parent company of bubbly beverage behemoth Moet & Chandon is now the first European company to surpass $500 billion in market value. Perhaps the penchant to pop the champagne at weddings fueling LVMH's growth, but that jubilation not extending to other parts of the matrimony industry. In fact, just weeks before the spring wedding season kicks off, the country's largest bridal retailer, David's Bridal, has filed for bankruptcy. Up next, we've got the CEO of David's Bridal. He is here in a Business Network exclusive on how the company that 90% of America's brides depend on plans to survive this crisis. Yeah, he's going to explain it. 49 minutes away from the closing bell. Clayman Countdown's coming right back. Dow Jones Industrial is at 51 points. Don't move.
Fox business reporters are on the ground, breaking down the stories that matter to you.
When can Americans see prices significantly decrease?
Inflation is high and budgets are tight. We're talking about shrinkflation.
Getting the insights you need.
There's money flowing out of the regional banks.
It leaves the customers very vulnerable.
Looking out for your families.
What does that mean for the real estate market overall? The future might be here sooner than you think.
The big question, what will happen to gas prices?
Fox Business, invested in you.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
everyday products designed smarter. Like a smart coffee grinder that orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
Like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart ideas
a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more with yours.
Hi, I'm Katie. I live in Flagstaff, Arizona. I'm an older student. I'm getting my doctorate in clinical psychology. I do a lot of hiking and kayaking. I needed something to help me gain clarity. So I was in the pharmacy and I saw a display of Prevagen and I asked the pharmacist about it. I started taking Prevagen and I noticed that I had more cognitive clarity. Memory is better. It's been about 2 years now and it's working for me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription.
Why did we choose Safelight? We're always working on a project while loading up our SUV. One extra push and crack. So we scheduled at Safelight.com. We were able to track our technician and knew exactly when he'd arrive. We could keep working. Safelight came to us.
Hi, I'm Kendrick.
Replaced our windshield and installed new wipers to protect our new glass. That service on our time.
Safelight Repair, Safelight Replace.
Choosing Miracle Ear was a great decision. Like when I decided to host family movie nights. Miracle Ear made it easy. I just booked an appointment, and a certified hearing care professional evaluated my hearing loss and helped me find the right device calibrated to my unique hearing needs. Now I enjoy every moment. quiet ones and the loud ones.
Make a sound decision. Call 1-800-MIRACLE now and book your free hearing evaluation. Say goodbye to daily insulin injections with Omnipod 5, a tubeless system that automatically adjusts insulin to help protect against highs and lows. Try it today. Go to Omnipod.com for risk information and instructions for use. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod.
It's every municipal bond investor's dream. A bright, shiny city on a hill where there won't be any financial problems. But what if there are? That's why Assured Guarantee protects your principal and interest payments. Assured Guarantee, a stronger bond.
I talk to the big names moving the markets and the power players impacting the global economy.
The Clayman Countdown on Fox Business. Invested in you.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty. Get 0% APR financing for 48 months on the 2023 Hyundai Tucson. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Juvederm lips say it all. Without saying a single word, they tell the world exactly how you feel in a way only you can express. You know, that natural-looking, long-lasting, consider your statement made kind of way. Your lips can say it loud, softly, or anything in between with Juvederm, the #1 chosen lip filler brand. So, what do you want your lips to say about you? Learn how this plump may cost less than you think. Add fullness to lips with Juvederm Ultra XC and Juvederm Volbella XC. Not for people with severe allergic reactions, allergies to lidocaine, or the proteins used in Juvederm. Common side effects include injection site redness, swelling, pain, tenderness, firmness, lumps, bruising, discoloration, or itching. There's a risk of unintentional injection into a blood vessel, which can cause vision abnormalities, blindness, stroke, temporary scabs, or scarring. Talk to a licensed specialist to find out if Juvederm is right for you.
Bed Bath and bankrupt. After months of investors asking, will they or won't they? Yes, Bed Bath & Beyond finally took the plunge and yesterday filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. But it says that it plans to keep its 480 store locations, including buybuy BABY and Home Goods, open while it restructures, which is good news for couples heading to the altar. I mean, many have turned to the Home Goods chain for their wedding registries. But it's David's Bridal, where millions of U.S. brides have said yes to the dress. But the nation's largest wedding outfit retailer has also filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. It's at risk of closing nearly 300 stores. It's the privately owned chain's second bankruptcy in 5 years, and the company says it will have to close all its locations if it cannot find a buyer. But enter my next guest. Joining me now for his first Business Network interview is David's Bridal CEO, Jim Markham. I say enter because you want to save this thing, correct?
Absolutely, 100%.
And what is your plan to do that?
Well, number one, it's truly an iconic retailer. 1 out of 4 dresses in America are sold. It's got a 70-year legacy on the brands. It's truly on the experiential, and it has a reason to be. I believe that vehemently and passionately, and we've got a lot of people in due diligence right now that have signed NDAs, and so we are looking forward to it.
Okay, when you say due diligence and signed NDAs, that means they're sniffing around the company and might want to help rescue it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So in what form? Is it just money, or you want to make sure that this is an investor that will come through and save David's Bridal all the way?
I want to see David's Bridal come out on the other side. And by the way, there's 9,000 other employees that are very focused and executing every day to do the same, right? And so it's there's a lot of passion here. As I said before, it's amazing when you look at the touch and the legacy. You know, when a bride comes in a store on an appointment, 70% of those brides will transact and engage, right? And it's them, their bridal parties, the mothers of the brides, the guests of the weddings, the flower girls. It's a pretty, extensive operation.
Well, this is how iconic and widespread the touch actually is. 90% of American brides at some point are either on the website or walking into a David's Bridal store. Now, that's a great step. But you used to be at Apollo in private equity before, but I mean, you've also done a lot of retail, Marshall stores, etc. But put on your private equity hat, if you will, and put yourself on the other side of the table. What would you need to hear from a Jim Marcus before you're willing to take the dive and say, okay, I'm in, I'll take this company and I'll bring it out to the other side?
Yeah, so number one, when I was at Apollo, I was an operating executive, an operating partner, senior operating partner. So, you know, really it's about, to your point, the touch. 90% of unaided brand awareness, 90% of all brides will come into the funnel, right? And then it's how can you position yourselves, right, in the industry as a leader to really, you know, execute a strategy around that. We've recently done a lot of things that I think down the road in the future will pay off enormously. We've launched a complete suite of wedding planning tools in a marketplace called Pearl. And I think it's been out there for 12 weeks. We've already had 20,000 vendors, you know, come in and set up their own websites and those kind of things because we have the brides. We have the brides in the funnel. They're early in their journey. They're in that planning inspiration stage, and we want to help them.
If David's Bridal is so very much the place where brides go, how did the company get into this position? How do you have all that business where 1 out of every 4 brides walks out and wears a David's Bridal dress on her wedding day? How did it come to this, Jim?
It really was led by COVID, right? So coming out of the last bankruptcy, you know,
Which was before COVID, though.
Before COVID. The company deleverage, New Growth Capital, you know, partners 100%, yes, partners 100% aligned in the strategy, right? And that was 19 and or 20 in March, the entire chain shutters down, right? Not only that, think about all the legislative restrictions that were out there in the country, state by state. You know, you couldn't even have events, right? And so weddings were postponed,
well,
canceled.
The national wedding rate fell to a 121-year low in 2020.
It did.
Nobody was doing it.
And by the way, if you looked at those venues, right, none of the venues at the time would give cash back. Rightfully so, cash was king, right? And so you literally had this rolling effect of weddings, right, which made venue capacity strained. So you had all these new cohorts coming in at the end of 20 and the end of 21 to go to get their events. Where are they going to have them?
All right. So as you work to get this company back on its feet and to exist in the future, what do you say to brides who have orders in for David's dresses? I'm sure some of their mothers and parents and friends are watching at this moment.
That is the most important question. We will deliver on every dress that we have a commitment to deliver on that's been sold with a deposit or whatever. We control our own supply chain. 100% of those dresses that you see in our assortments, whether it be bridal, bridesmaids, 80% of all occasion dresses are inspired, designed, curated, and manufactured by us and our JV partner. And so we have total visibility, total transparency in the supply chain. We have dresses in production right now. If you looked at those first day motions in court, the number one issue that we focused on with the judge, and she agreed and approved, and so is our lenders, right? We must fulfill those commitments. Okay. And so that's where we're focused.
Jim, I want you to come back with the new partner once you're able to make this deal happen. We hope.
Love to do it.
Okay,
Happy
good to see you. David's
You too.
Bridal CEO Jim Marcus.
Thank you,
okay, get to it, Jim. A picture-perfect moment for Getty Images stock at this hour on word of an activist investor buyout proposal. We've got the details next. Plus, with the closing bell ringing, in 38 minutes, Dow up 51, S&P flat, NASDAQ down 42. We have a live report on the real status of the fast-growing credit crunch. We are coming right back. Don't go away.
If you wake up thinking about the markets and want to make the right moves fast, get Decision Tech from Fidelity. You'll get proactive alerts from market events before they happen and insights on every buy and sell decision. With zero commission online U.S. stock and ETF trades. For smarter trading decisions, get Decision Tech from Fidelity.
The evening
Minute with Elizabeth McDonald.
One of the biggest goals of the show is to look out for Americans. We pull back the curtain and show you what's really going on.
Elizabeth McDonald is breaking the biggest stories. The Evening Edit on Fox Business. Invested in you.
Electric Dream Days are here. Come in now and experience the intense thrills and incredible offers on any of 5 Mercedes-Benz electric vehicles, including 2 years complimentary charging and prepaid maintenance. The vehicles are all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. The choice is all yours. But hurry, these Dream Days are only here until June 5th.
Internet without trackers. Without malware-ridden files. Zen. Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN.
Permex Petroleum is leading the charge in the prolific Permian Basin with an attractive portfolio of oil, natural gas, and royalty assets. With expanding drilling operations and plans to uplist to the NYSE, Permex Petroleum is poised for growth.
Best thing I've ever done. That's what Freddie told me.
A person like me needed to get a reverse mortgage to change my life. It was the best thing I've ever done. And really? Yes, without a doubt.
Joanne said just about the same thing.
It absolutely is the best thing I ever did.
Jack put it a different way. To him, it was about having his grandkids over.
You want to have the kids over. You want to have the grandkids over. You want to have the family over. You want to say, this is my place.
Great people. Different people, that's for sure. And all of them had different reasons for getting a reverse mortgage. But you know what? They all felt the same about 2 things. They all loved their home, and they all wanted to stay in that home.
If you're 62 or older and own your home, find out how you could access your home's equity to give you cash now and when you need it in the future. A reverse mortgage could put more money in your pocket by eliminating your monthly mortgage payments. It could also pay off higher interest credit cards, medical costs, and give you some extra cash to help your retirement lifestyle.
I don't have any anxiety about money anymore. It allowed me to live in my home and not have to pay payments.
A whole lot of families have gotten tax-free cash from a reverse mortgage loan for a better retirement.
I don't have to worry about a mortgage payment every month. It's a good thing.
Call right now to receive your free no-obligation info kit. The kit will show you how you may get the cash you need using your home's equity as a reverse mortgage from AAG. Call 800-723-2172.
Look, why don't you call AAG and find out what a reverse mortgage can mean for you.
Call AAG, the country's #1 reverse mortgage lender. Call 800-723-2172. 800-723-2172. Central banks are buying gold at a record pace. Galantis Gold has discovered high-grade gold in a world-class district. Fully permitted, Galantis Gold is ready for production. The industry's biggest investors own 60%. Visit Galantis Gold.
Hey man, you could save hundreds for safe driving with Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Woo! We gotta go again.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Making money with Charles Payne on Fox Business.
I try to bring these numbers to life by removing the intimidation factor. After all, the goal for all of us is making money.
Making money with Charles Payne on Fox Business. Invested in you.
34 minutes away from one of the most important earnings reports of the entire quarter, and it is First Republic Bank, even if you don't own it. Going to be extraordinarily busy here to watch. Now, it's up 10% right now, really ramping up. Analysts are expecting earnings per share of 85 cents on revenue of $1.15 billion. The stock has been a real mess. It's lost close to 90% of its value since just mid-March. That's when it got swamped by contagion fears in the wake of the Silicon Valley Bank collapse. Has the contagion squeezed off First Republic's loan books, and has the chill effect spread across the banking industry, tightening credit conditions? Kelly O'Grady did some digging and has exclusive insight from some analysts here. Tell us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, those questions that you just asked, Liz, are key because, the key focus lending right now, I mean, the big banks, particularly regionals, they're seeing it's becoming a lot more stingy about what businesses they're willing to give loans to. And actually, there was a recent study from Bank of America that said that the credit crisis is the #1 concern for the markets, not inflation. I mean, that's wild. And so I do want to give you some numbers for context. Big banks approved 14.2% of business loan applications in February. That dropped to 13.8% in March during the regional bank fallout. Now, looking at the small banks, they felt that impact more dramatically. So approval rates dipping 2 percentage points in March, going from 21.3% to 19.1%. Part of that tightening is because of the deposit outflow to big banks. Now, we spoke to the head of loan trading at Raymond James, and he shares liquidity is the driving issue.
It's not so much credit as much it is liquidity. They want to make sure they have the funding solutions to be able to do this. And rising cost of funds is an issue for all of our clients right now. They're definitely feeling more of a liquidity crunch when it comes to, what are going to be those sources of funds to make the loans.
Now, small businesses that rely on those regional banks will be the ones to feel the brunt. I mean, these aren't companies that can turn to flashy VC funding. We're talking the innovation that drives small town America, right? Construction, hospitality. Many are taking on the financing themselves, second mortgages, increased spending on credit cards. But with rates rising, that obviously becomes extremely risky. So you said, right, First Republic is reporting after the bell, and we're going to be looking for numbers on those deposit outflows as well as loan demand.
See, that's where it gets scary. People turn to other options at higher rates that aren't very well organized, and it makes you wonder what's going to happen to that vibrant small business backbone of this nation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, imagine having something that you've worked your entire life for. Of course you put it on your credit card, right? But then what happens when you just can't meet that? It goes under.
And the Fed is raising rates. All right, Kelly, thank you very much. Kelly O'Grady. Fox Business Market Alert here. All right, look at the S&P. It has a tiny bit more wiggle room, still up just barely a point at this moment, but still in the green here. It's the NASDAQ that's flagging here, down 41 points. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 53. Getty Images looking practically picture perfect at this hour after activist investor Trillium Capital offered to buy the remaining Getty shares it does not own in an all-cash deal. The deal values the supplier of stock images at nearly $4 billion, or $10 a share, in cash. We've got Getty at the moment. When you're looking at this right now, you've got it at $6.88 or so at the moment, up about 35% intraday. The stock closed on Friday at $5.06. So it is getting quite the surge here. Today, it's been as high as nearly $7. Getty Images went public via SPAC merger, reverse merger last July, at $10 a share. So, yeah, maybe picture perfect right now, up 35%. The rearview mirror picture, not as pretty. Trillium Capital said the acquisition is contingent on immediate engagement from the board of Getty Images, and they are also, by the way, urging Getty to sign a non-disclosure agreement as soon as possible so that they can begin due diligence. Trillium also said, and this is crucial, it reserves the right to withdraw its non-binding proposal at any time without notice. Let's look at C3AI. It is getting hit by a downgrade at this hour, down 11.6% in the wake of that. Shares standing at $17.73 after Wolfe Research cut the AI software provider from peer perform to underperform and set its price target at $14 per share. Currently, as I said, the stock's around $17.75 a share. Important to note, the stock is still up 60% year to date. It's been a real momentum play with all the AI and ChatGPT discussion, but Wolfe Research said the company's transition to a consumption model is going to be a drag on revenue growth. First Solar covered in clouds at this hour. It is down about 3% at the moment after Citigroup downgraded the stock from neutral to sell and lowered its price target from $220 to $194 per share. Currently, shares are $210.19. Citi says declining prices of silicon-based modules could negatively impact First Solar's long-term volumes and their margins. Tesla shares, those are slipping right now, down about 1 1/3% after the EV maker raised its 2023 spending forecast amid plans to increase production. In a recent filing, the automaker, which also owns Solar City, said it expects to spend between $7 billion and $9 billion this year versus the previous outlook of $6 to $8 billion. Stock right now, $162.85. Albemarle, one of the largest providers of lithium for EV batteries, is jumping again today, up 5.6%. It is the second biggest winner on the S&P 500. This bounce actually comes after last week's 15% loss on news. And we told you this on Friday, that Chile is going to nationalize its lithium industry. And when you nationalize something, the government starts scooping away a lot of the profit and some of the revenue. So
just
that's why that was that sell-up. But today, coming back a bit. And besides lithium, electric vehicles use a ton of copper. The metal known for having its finger on the pulse of the global economy is hitting its worst levels in more than 2 weeks. Up next, we've got the CEO of copper mining giant Freeport-McMoRan about the outlook for Dr. Copper and the prognosis for his company. Closing down 27 minutes away. Dow continues to climb at 62 points at the moment. High the session, 82 points to the upside. Not quite there yet. Stay tuned. We're coming right back with Freeport-McMoRan CEO.
What is Circle? First of all, it's a beautiful shape. It's community, it's much more inclusive.
At Circle, we build USDC, a digital dollar that's actually dollar backed.
Everybody relax. Everybody calm down. Everybody.
You're the Ace of Spades. Because it'll just be
Circle's the place where crypto meets stability.
Where local businesses meet global customers.
And the US dollar meets USDC.
Meet Circle.
It's a true flip.
If lawn care were easy, everyone would do it. As well as True Green does it. True Green's online tools help ensure your custom treatment works to deliver a greener, healthier lawn. Guaranteed. It's time to trust your experts.
Doctors team from Terrace.
This is not
Many coach team from Terrace.
Earthbreeze is a new type of lawn detergent that looks like this. It's also so easy to use, dissolves quickly in any wash, and is totally plastic free. Yeah. No plastic junk. Earthbreeze has over 50,000 5-star reviews from real customers that switch from their old-fashioned detergent. With Earthbreeze, there's no heavy junk, no gooey messes, and you can store it anywhere. Learn more at earthbreeze.com.
Example of like the commercialization of like our United States.
First, there's an idea, and you do something about it for the first time with GoDaddy. Then, before you know it, you make your first sale. Small business first never stop coming. And you have a partner that always
I have my event tomorrow, so I gotta. That's why I put those clothes over there.
Start today at GoDaddy.com.
If your business kept on employees through the pandemic, GetRefunds.com can see if it may qualify for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee, even if it received PPP. And all it takes is 8 minutes to get started. Then we'll work with you to fill out your forms and submit the application. That easy. And if your business doesn't get paid, we don't get paid. GetRefunds.com has helped businesses like yours claim over $2 billion, but it's only available for a limited time. Go to GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds.
Our roof got damaged during Hurricane Ida last August. We answered some questions on Angie. Next thing we knew, we were put in contact with our Angie Pro, and then that weekend they came out and we have a brand new roof.
Get started at Angie.com today.
In the future, everything will be powered by renewable energy, but it's not as easy as flipping a switch. It's a long road, requiring decades of time and trillions of dollars. But what if there was a better direction on the path to zero carbon emissions? An energy source that's available right now.
Just had all these wars to be buying on eBay.
And environmentally friendly.
I bought it on eBay. It's vintage. It's from like the 80s.
Get the facts at propane.com/now.
Gosh.
Fine.
I have, over my 30 years, seen many patients who have excessive sweating. I recommend Carpe. It's a game changer.
Carpe is up to 3 times stronger than a regular strength antiperspirant. Try it today at mycarpe.com with limited time free shipping.
Is this your dream of retirement?
It's nice.
How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher investment difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-370-1291.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-370-1291. If your dream retirement is on track, if your retirement portfolio is $500,000 or more, give us a call. Call 1-800-370-1291.
Hi, I'm Katie. I've lost 110 pounds on Golo in just over a year. Golo is different than other programs I had been on because I was specifically looking for something that helped with insulin resistance. I had had conversations with my physician indicating that that was probably an issue that I was facing and making it more difficult for me to sustain weight loss. Golo has more sustainable. I can fit it into family life. I can make meals that the whole family will enjoy. It just works in everyday life.
The Camel Crush menthols, that's good. Got me everything I needed.
The biggest ideas inspire new ones. 30 years ago, State Street created an ETF that inspired the world to invest differently. It still does. What can you do with style?
When I moved here to the gate, Sam's birthday last year.
Well, copper prices losing a bit of their shine. The commodity is down 3%.
This one guy on YouTube posts copper, Dr. Copper, and says the copper price is a big indication about the economy.
The price of the industrial metal. The country imports 54% of global refined copper, making it the world's biggest consumer. Copper miner Freeport-McMoRan is a bellwether of the industry and did report a drop in first quarter profits, citing slowing production and tight labor market conditions. The CEO of the world's largest publicly traded copper producer, Richard Adkerson, joining me now in a Fox Business exclusive to get some shine and open up a little bit of a window into the world of copper at the moment because it is such a bellwether, right? I mean, when you think about it, the reason we call it copper is that that's sort of market going for this base metal because it's reputed to have a PhD in economics due to its incredible ability to predict turning points in the global economy. What is Dr. Copper telling you about the economy globally right now?
Dr. Copper.
The copper world has changed a lot, Liz. For years, it was the commodity that most closely correlated to industrial production in the industrialized countries. 20 years ago, China emerged, and as you noted, has become the dominant consumer in copper. But that is changing now. We're in a new era of copper demand. The world is becoming increasingly electrical oriented with carbon reduction initiatives and artificial intelligence and connectivity. And so the future for copper is beyond China. China will remain important. It's beyond the general economy. But these new elements of demand really point to a very positive outlook for copper longer term.
Okay, so here's the question, because when people look and say, oh, Freeport-McMoRan, they are the biggest in the big of the business here, copper prices right now, at least at the CME, are about $3.97 a pound. Looking ahead, when you've been in this business a long time, Richard, do us a favor and give us a little bit of a prediction. I see everything from $4 to maybe $4.70 in sort of the mid to longer term picture here.
Look at this mini fire extinguisher I got.
Well, there are analysts who have actually much higher prices looking beyond the near term. You're right, I've been around for a long time. Had a lot of experience early in my career in the oil and gas business. And I learned that predicting near-term prices when you're not a trader, and we're not, we're a mine developer and operator, is a dead man's game. So we plan the near-term scenarios. We have a very optimistic view and an increasingly confident longer-term view about our commodity. The value proposition for Freeport is very straightforward. We've had the same strategy. I've been in my 20th year as CEO. We adopted a strategy of focusing on copper then, and we continue to do that. We've built up a great portfolio of assets. Execution by our organization is our backbone. And we've got a great track record of developing mines and operating them. And we believe with that position of our assets, our reserves and resources, our high level of production from our mines, this team's ability to operate consistently, fairly, to get along with communities, to manage environmental issues right. I couldn't be more pleased about where we are. It's easy to understand our company, and it is all tied around this positive long-term view of copper as a commodity.
Well, Richard, long-term, I get it. If I were CEO, I'd be looking long-term too, but then you have short-term issues right in front of your face. Labor shortages, wage inflation. What do you see as the biggest headwind for you running this company in the near term?
Well, those are challenges. It's a tough business, Liz. We had 1 in 1,000-year flood event at our big mine in Papua in Indonesia in February, and it caused us to have to recover from that. We have a very large mine in Peru where they had political turmoil that had some impact on our business. Those are things that occur all around this industry. As I said, it's a tough business. So there's not any, I guess if you had to say what is the near-term headwind, it's the uncertainty surrounding the global economy. What's going to happen with inflation? What's going to happen with political events and so forth? The things you talk about on the show every day. And that's what we'll have to live with. We've got a very strong balance sheet. We have the ability to flex our business to meet near-term conditions, but we're always focused on establishing ourselves for the long run, and that's the right way to business.
Well, then you must look at mass electrification and the push to get EVs, more of them out on the road, as a boom for copper, because so much of it is needed for electric vehicles. Give us your sense of that, but also as it is superimposed over things like real world problems that we can't control at the moment, and that would be floods in Indonesia, which affected some of your mines this time around.
Correct. You know, it's electric vehicles, but it's also alternative energy from solar and wind. It's the infrastructure that's needed to take that electricity where it can be used. The world is talking today so much about artificial intelligence. We use it in our business. Applications of that require wiring to measure things and do things. So the world, 70%, roughly 70% of copper goes into electricity in some form or fashion. The world is becoming electrified to a much greater extent. And then at the same time, the ability to develop new resources is very challenged. There is a real absence of actionable mine development opportunities in the world today. And then you have political events, community challenges to new mines, regulations. All of these things are barriers to supply development. And that's why I couldn't be more pleased. Here we are with a commodity has a great demand outlook that's supply challenged, and our company sitting here with this great set of assets that's unparalleled. We strive to be the foremost copper company in the world. That's why I say we're really easy to understand.
All right, well, may there be 20 more years for you, Richard. You're just getting started, it feels like, and now suddenly you get the boon of the green energy push and electrification. We'll be watching all of it. Please come back.
That's exactly the way I feel, and God willing, we'll see. I have no plans to go anywhere else.
Please. It's the only place you need to come is right here to the Claiming Content. So thank you so much. Richard Adkerson of Freeport-McMoRan. In the hunt for yield, I mean, who isn't, right? Investors bit last week after Apple launched the Apple Card savings account with a 4.15% interest rate. But our countdown closer says Put that aside, please. He's got to pick the tops that coupon. Much easier, he says. Stick around to find out what it is and how to get your hands on it. Closing bell 13 minutes away. We've got the Dow up 62 points. We are coming right back.
You can't buy great conversations or excuses to unplug. You can't buy possibilities. And you can't buy moments that matter. But you can invest in them. At T. Rowe Price, we believe your investment should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price, invest with confidence.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants changes your struggle with missing teeth forever. It changes how you eat, how you feel, and how you enjoy life. It changes your smile and how others smile at you. Clear Choice Network doctors have changed over 100,000 lives with dental implants. And you can change yours too. Because a Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
These bills are crazy.
Five whole people.
She has no idea she's saving money. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy? Even a term policy!
Find out
If they
you're
had
sitting on a
if they
gold
had
mine.
AIDS
Call
now,
Coventry
they would have
Direct
been.
today at 800-849-8700 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
So who climbs ladders to clean their gutters?
Dad, I keep telling you it's dangerous.
Climbing ladders is too dangerous. Leaf Filter puts an end to that. So how does it work? Leaf Filter's three-piece system filters out leaves and debris, letting water flow through freely.
Do we need to replace our gutters?
Great question. Leaf Filter could be installed right on top of your existing gutters. We're sold. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate.
Say goodbye to daily insulin injections with Omnipod 5, a tubeless system that automatically adjusts insulin to help protect against highs and lows. Try it today. Go to Omnipod.com for risk information and instructions for use. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. 1-800-PACK-RAT makes moving and storage simple. Whether you're moving in town or across the country, get an online quote for our secure, convenient, and affordable moving and storage solutions. Visit 1-800-PACKRAT.com today.
My relationship with my credit cards wasn't good. I got into debt in college, and no matter how much I paid, it followed me everywhere. The high interest, I felt trapped. So I broke up with my credit card debt and consolidated it into a low-rate personal loan from SoFi. I finally feel like a grown-up.
Break up with bad credit card debt. Get a personal loan with low fixed rates and borrow up to $100K. Go to SoFi.com to view your rate. SoFi, get your money right.
This country holds the best path to prosperity, and free market capitalism is worth fighting for.
Kudlow on Fox Business, invested in you.
USAA? Yeah, they have awesome rates on coverage for our car, home, and stuff. But they also have banking, plus advice, and other perks. So we know she's all set, because we've got USAA.
USAA for the military community and their families.
Did you saw me turn around?
No.
What do you see? We look up to the next one, wait. In your game?
Could be.
Watch season 4 of Succession now.
You ever watch that show?
Yeah, but I thought it was weird.
Was it weird?
Yeah, it's like
You can watch Succession on YouTube TV.
it's almost like not edited is like the style of it. It's not what I expected. Have you ever watched it? It's kind of like How I Met Your Mother. No, kind of like
Birdman.
No.
Birdman. He was eating the chocolate.
Modern Family.
Shares of Anheuser-Busch are up about 0.25% at this hour, despite new data detailing a 17% drop in sales last week and volume down 21%. The brouhaha comes after its controversial partnership over the past couple of weeks with a TikTok influencer. Charlie Gasparino's been following this story. He's got more right now. Charlie.
Liz, the talk from Wall Street Times, these are my investment banking sources, that Anheuser-Busch is ripe for an activist play. Someone buying a chunk of the stock, demanding a board seat, even maybe a sale to some other company, will likely heat up. And again, I wouldn't be too obsessed with the short-term stock movements, either up or down on this thing. Anheuser-Busch has been down 30% over the last 5 years, and the company is still grappling with plenty of problems internally. And now you have the Dylan Mulvaney controversy, that controversial ad with a trans woman in a bubble bath sipping one of its marquee products, Bud Light. This is a company that attracts a more conservative clientele, and now you got people really talking about this thing being ripe for an activist, particularly in light of these numbers. And I'm getting these numbers, Liz, from an industry source known as Beer Markets Insight. There's a lot of there are third parties that cover the beer market sales and industry trends, and this is one of them. They do a pretty good job. Here's what they're showing is that following the Mulvaney episode, even as the stock has recovered, the sales have come down, and it appears that the sales decline is accelerating, down 21% in the week of April 14th.
They said they might have to
some of the stuff is lagging, Liz. Maybe recovered last week, but that shows an acceleration from the prior week, and we do know that this whole thing began in late March. So, I mean, this thing looks to be getting worse, and it also looks like that Bud Light is losing out to its other brands. Coors Light is up 10%, Miller Lite is up 15%, 11.5%.
You couldn't cut the ring off?
As you know, two people in the marketing department seem to be taking the fall for this. They've been put on leave, are the latest reports. We've asked Budweiser and Anheuser-Busch for a statement. They have not gotten back to us. I will say this, Liz. Bud and its parent company, Anheuser-Busch, was bought by InBev about 15 years ago. It's a Brazilian, a Belgian company. It's actually owned in part by 3G, which is a private equity firm, which is known for its wicked cost cutting. From what I have understood, they put almost no money into the brand development, trying to get new types of brands to appeal to younger audiences. They kind of make their numbers, particularly their EBITDA numbers, through cost cuts. And that cost cutting, it's one thing to cut fat. There's another thing when you get muscle and bone.
Well, those were the guys who kind of ruined Kraft Heinz, 3G. I mean, they were the ones who came in and just slashed and burned and really didn't read the customer at all.
And I think what I'm saying here, Liz, is that what people are telling me, not me making this up, but people who follow the stock, is that they cut a lot of places. They probably cut a lot of checks and balances in management. And I think it's kind of a joke to blame two people for this thing when, obviously there's more than just two people working in management of this company. So, again, I think Anheuser-Busch, as this thing develops, if sales keep trailing off, if you talk to Wall Street guys, they're ripe for an activist play because the stock will start reflecting even more what we're seeing in the sales data. Back to you.
Charlie Gasparino, my thanks. Bring back Zima. That's all I have to say.
I learned that James.
All right, I had a runaway pen. Last week, Apple and Goldman Sachs grabbed the spotlight with their launch of their Apple High Interest Rate Savings Account, which offers 4.15% yield with no minimum deposit. But our countdown closer says, why are you bothering with that when you can park your money in another instrument with a higher yield? Frank Rybinski is the chief macro strategist at Aegon Asset Management with $311 billion in assets. Frank, what is it? I know what it is, but I want you to tell our viewers.
Well, and Liz, thank you so much for having me back. Because of what the Fed's doing, you're looking at Treasury bills, which we haven't thought of as an attractive investment for a
18%
while.
of this.
But I mean, today the 3-month bill auctions off at north of 5%. So you're getting substantial yields for not much risk. You don't have to take much credit risk compared to
you get 5%
at a bank.
The current 3-month
so
yield.
it's a very attractive instrument. Just to hold cash.
Look at this. Now this is the
I
3-month
woke up
picture.
at 5:20
Now you're going to see the
to
6-month
the
picture.
sound
All
of
the
the
3-month yield has
library
done,
door
except for that
being
moment
pushed
in
open.
mid-March when all the
But
problems
the
happened and
cat
people
didn't
got
even
nervous
move.
and did the flight to quality, which brought the yields down.
So
has
no one opened
climbed
the door.
up that slope.
So how did I wake up
And I
to
gotta
that?
tell you, it's not just the 3-month. Why are you picking the 3-month? Why did you pick the 4-month or the 6-month? And those have
When you're
higher
going to
yields,
sleep
do they
and
not,
waking
Frank?
up, your body
The
enters
Korea is the
hypnagogic
highest
and
right now,
hypnotic
slightly
states.
because there's
Hypnagogic, just depends on whether it's going to sleep or
credit
waking up.
default
But it's like
window
a
somewhere in that
semi,
July to September. But even if
hypnotic
you go with
state
the 2-month,
where
the
you can
4-month, the
hallucinate things.
6-month,
And it's also those
anyone with
periods
no
of time
states are
that
going to get
people
a decent
have sleep
return. I mean, remember,
paralysis.
2 years ago,
That's when
those
they get
returns
it.
were zero.
Hypnagogic,
So now, for a cash
times.
investment, and
I
you
must
can
have
choose the
really
date,
hallucinated
you're still going
it
to
because
get,
it was
somewhere around 5
Well, you know,
I
my
jolted.
dad didn't go in the library for anything early in the morning.
It was
which again, this
5:20.
has been engineered.
Well, he gets up
No,
early.
no,
Right, they
because the
bought
cat
raised
didn't.
up.
The cat
And
didn't. If that were true, the cat would have been like this.
Before we
But
go,
instead, I did it.
this for you today. One of the last 2 survivors of the sunken USS Arizona at Pearl Harbor has died.
Whoa, look at him.
Ken Potts passed away this Friday at his home in Utah, days after
102.
turning 102. The petty officer first class is credited with taking dozens of sailors out of the water to nearby Ford Island after the Japanese surprise attack at Pearl Harbor that sunk the ship that he was on and killed 1,177
Holy
servicemen.
crap! It killed 1,100 on the ship, and he didn't die.
Some of them jumped in the water.
That's horrifying.
Some of them swam over the shore. Some of them was picked up. Some of them didn't make it.
So this is Ken in 2016 with fellow USS Arizona sailor Lou Conter, who we have spoken with here on the story, who is now the only remaining survivor of the attack.
Also must be very lucky, I guess.
Extraordinary
Probably
service.
depending on where the ship was stayed,
As
obviously.
FDR said, that would live in infamy. It was a day that brought us into
I wonder if
World
they
War
survived
II, and it was a day that
PTSD.
inspired so many
Well, that guy seemed
young men.
alright. I think those men were just harder. They were just less likely to get it.
Well, I wonder if they had it and then they
Probably,
went
yeah,
away.
if I could have had it. Can you not have it after fucking having some shit like that?
He looks chill as a cucumber.
Well, yeah, that's because he's like he's a fucking
These
warrior.
individuals to run to recruiting centers and sign up to
Probably knows God tested him and he's like, look, and after that it was smooth sailing until now.
To these gentlemen,
Wow,
as we
smooth
recognize the
sailing.
death
Probably
and
still
service
smooth sailing.
of
Probably
this
went straight to heaven.
second to last survivor.
Saw St. Peter's
So
like,
that
yeah.
is the story for today.
Walk
Monday,
right in,
April
sir.
24th. We're
Thank you
always
for your
glad to be with
service.
you here every day on the story. We look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow at 3. Your world kicks off right about now.
With Neil Cavuto.
Neil Cavuto.
Neil Cavuto enunciates his
After
words.
President Joe
I
Biden
know, but he's
what
ugly.
could be a big announcement on another run expected as early as tomorrow. This is a new poll finds 70% of Americans do not want to see it, including a majority of Democrats. While Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is telling Neil he has a better shot at beating Donald Trump than the president does. Welcome, everyone. I'm Sandra Smith, in for Neil Cavuto, and this is Your World.
First
vaccine coverage with Jackie Heinrich at the White House ahead of the president's big announcement, and Rich Edson on Florida Governor Ron DeSantis kicking off his world tour as the
She looks like an
presidential
8-year-old
primary
pageant queen.
continues to heat up.
Wow.
We begin with Jackie. Hi, Jackie.
Hey, Sandra. Yeah, there are questions about whether this announcement will be, for lack of a better word, kind of a rush job. We have not seen any recent blitz across the states to tout his achievements like we were
Just like
told
the
would
guy that
happen with
abused
the president.
Megyn Kelly like
There are
some-
also reports that campaign
What was the guy's
staffing
name?
decisions haven't been made yet, and there's not going to be any major announcement, no event for that announcement anyway, at least that we know of. Instead, we are told to expect an announcement over social media, according to reports. That is the
You're not
president's
that way.
preferred method of communication
Oh, Charlie
lately. The White
Rose?
House is
Not
continuing to
fucking Charlie
sidestep
Rose.
traditional
You didn't
media,
work for
keeping them at
Fox or
distance
Press.
and setting up a team of influencers to get their 2024 messaging out. But Biden didn't
Which
give
other
any hints at all
presidents
this afternoon.
didn't run for second election?
That died in the first term. That one dude
But it
that
might be
was
an
president
uphill
for a couple
battle
months.
regardless of
I
the
would love
rollout.
to
An
be a
NBC
first
News poll
lady.
conducted just about a week ago showed 70% of
I should better
Americans
find
don't
somebody who
want
wants to be
President Biden
president.
to win again, including more than half of Democrats. And nearly half of them list Biden's
my
age as a
Constitution if I
major
were
reason
you.
they don't want him on the ticket. 48% for that. An additional 21% list his age
always
as
wore it
a
in your
minor
pocket.
factor. Even the New York Times editorial board is pushing the White House to address the age concerns, noting
Got
that
your phone
Biden's
on
usual
you?
response to that question is, just watch me, writing, but Mr. Biden has given voters very few chances to do just that, to watch him. And his refusal to engage with the public regularly raises questions about his age and health. That op-ed also driving home other reporting that the president has held the fewest press conferences since Nixon and still has not done a sit-down with a newspaper reporter. Now remember, the White House tried to claim in Ireland that the president has taken more questions than Obama and President Trump combined, but they had to quietly correct the record on that. They adjusted the transcript because it is, in fact, not true. Sandra.
After they were fact-checked by multiple media organizations, including this one. Jackie Heinrich, thank you very much. All right, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, meanwhile, kicking off a four-nation tour with a stop in Japan today while playing down the presidential run. This is the GOP presidential primary continues to heat up. To Fox's Rich Benson now in Washington. He's got the latest on that for us. Hello, Rich.
Yeah, good afternoon, Sandra. He's visiting top American allies, South Korea, Israel, the United Kingdom. As you mentioned, he's in Japan today, part of what his office calls an international trade mission to boost Florida's economic relationships. Governors do travel abroad to promote their state's economies, though this one featured a 40-minute meeting with Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida.
We see a lot of opportunities to build on our business and economic ties, as well as cultural ties. And we really enjoyed getting to spend some time with the Prime Minister. I'm not a candidate, so we'll see if that changes.
Yeah.
If DeSantis does become a candidate for president, he's generally pulling behind former President Donald Trump and ahead of the rest of the field. An NBC survey taken about a week to a week and a half ago found 46% of Republican primary voters support the former president as their top choice. 31% chose DeSantis, with several other declared or potential candidates behind. Though 60% of Americans, including a third of Republicans, say Trump should just pass on this campaign. Trump's been ripping DeSantis for months. Other potential or actual Republican candidates have also been critical, especially over DeSantis' fight with Disney.
I think it is important that we make sure that we don't become heavy-handed in government.
Stir it up so that Jesus couldn't be president.
Those that are creating jobs for Americans and creating income and growing the private sector. That's not what republicanism is about.
If DeSantis maintains Disney has been granted extraordinary power in his state, as for DeSantis' own plan, is expected to make them, as far as a presidential run or not, after the
George Washington's secret fire.
Next month. Sandra?
All right, Rich Benson on that for us. Rich, thank you. And after officially jumping into the race last week, Robert...
That God of the Hebrews that has been so instrumental in the making of this nation.
Much better position.
You know what else George Washington said?
He
said plant hemp and grow it everywhere. No thanks.
You want a bunch of yummy candy?
Your father took on President Lyndon Johnson over the
Make me slap your hand. Happy New Year.
Certainly within the party.
It's an Advil mixed in.
Yes, I saw. Boy, it was funny.
So well in New Hampshire. Your father entered the race.
Hey, look, Bobby Kennedy.
How that ended.
And fucking Strom Thurmond.
He took a lot of grief for that.
The fucking Strom Thurmond.
Party and taking on
Oh, stop it, Jerry.
Do you feel any...
It wasn't my dad's fault, don't forget that.
Wow.
Taking on this
Don't
president?
you ever forget that.
Well, yeah, I know, it's like running against somebody in your family, but, ultimately, I think I'm in a much better position to beat Donald Trump than...
Got a lot of crosses up there, real Catholic. Look at that one above his head.
It's like a Mexican one.
Yeah. It literally looks like, hey, wait, what's that one dude's name? Felipe Escuela. No, remember that one Felipe dude, the comedian?
Oh, Felipe Esparza?
Yeah, it looks like Felipe Esparza up there. Hey!
I went to see him live.
McDonald!
Did you know I went to see him live?
Yes, I remember you told me. Literally that summer.
On principle, he did not believe that he could win.
That was such an awkward
And his
thing.
objective was to
Doing
tell
that.
the truth to the American people, and that's
Huh?
what I'm going to do. And if
Yeah.
this happens, I think I'll be in the
Because
White
I
House
wanted
in
to see
2025.
him, but Kyle didn't.
Poll showing 70% of Americans don't
He
want
did,
President
but
Biden
then
to
he was
run,
heckling
and
him.
60% don't want former President Trump to run.
He heckled him?
Yeah.
Did he get called out on it? Did he get shadowed?
No, but we were in the front row, and he goes, he's tanking, he's bombing, he's bombing. And I'm like, shut up, why would you say that?
Well, I think that certainly
No.
is true. I think it would be a very, very
It's like,
difficult
why on earth would
road
you
for
do
anyone
that?
right now to beat either of these candidates. I think when you look at 538, they've talked about if you break 30% a year out, it's almost impossible to beat you. So I think that Trump is going to be difficult to beat. I think Biden would be. I do think, though, what this is going to be doing to Joe Biden is it's going to show some of his weakness, and it's going to really discourage people from voting. So if you think about it, 85% of Biden's 2020 voters approve of the job he's doing. Only 43% of voters say that they are enthusiastic about voting for him, and many say that they are less enthusiastic about voting for him a second time. So you could have this kind of another party come, another candidate come in and really squash that enthusiasm even further.
You're not even helping it. You're not helping at all.
Hilarious.
You're doing big chunks.
You can't see me as anything other than a fucking little boy. It's impossible. Fucking impossible, mother dearest. Fucking impossible.
And the examples they give time and again is that trip, that secret trip that the president did in Ukraine. They think that showed physical vigor. It was a physical demanding trip. As someone who's been on secret trips with presidents, they are hard. And so that's the White House's view. It was that plus the way he wrote Republicans in the State of the Union and got them to agree on the Social Security.
Really?
The view inside the White House is that showed deafness among by the president, and that that's the kind of
Actually, it is mine.
Get the fuck out of here.
It is. Mine was the gray one.
Months. I would just remind everyone,
Silver
with polls and with everything, we are
You didn't have a silver one.
I've had so many different kinds of every single one.
In the past, yeah.
This very topic also came up in your interview with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Take a listen.
You should keep your beard like that length.
You could be too old to be president.
No, Ben
or to
Shapiro
run
has
for
a bigger
president.
one now.
Are you talking about me, or are you talking about as a general principle?
No, you're 69, you're under that 80 thing.
69.
But I mention it lightly to make a point that others have said in your party. The reason why Joe Biden gets 47% support among Democrats is that they deem him to be too old. Do you think he's too old?
Well, I don't think age is the major metric. I think the metric is.
What's wrong with his voice?
Is your physical health and your mental
What's wrong with his voice?
Lee, do you agree with that? I should also enter into the picture, former President Trump is 76 years old.
Well, I mean, that's a very similar answer to what Trump said. He said it's not about age, it's much more about mental acuity. I think there's many people out there who think we're ready for the next generation, that it's time for some new blood. So I think that's less about age and more about mindset. But I do think that there's some concern about Joe Biden's capacity to be able to fulfill another term in its whole. Donald Trump has a similar age issue, although many people see him as much more energetic and see his downside as very different.
I think the appetite here is for some new blood, new ideas, different thinking.
Very interesting. As far as Ron DeSantis is
Oh, you want
concerned,
that
he sort of
one?
slapped
Yeah,
back
the first
when he was
one I
asked
wanted.
his
Okay.
own thoughts on
I
trailing
guess I
former
have to let
President
you
Trump
have
in
it
polls
since
as he begins
I
his
gave away
world
some of your
tour
other
with his
ones.
wife in Japan,
Yeah.
saying, quote, "I'm not a candidate, so we'll see if and when that changes." Sort of playing coy with the press here, Hans. Where do you see this going?
Look, Ron DeSantis can play coy for some time. Eventually, if he wants to be the Republican nominee, he's going to have to take on Donald Trump head on, and that fight needs to happen. I suspect
How
that
much
fight
does he
will
make
be
a year?
brutal and riveting
Wow.
for both the Democratic
Ron
Party that watches it, but
DeSantis.
also Republican voters
As
who
a
are wondering about
governor,
the future of their party and the
whereas
best
a
candidate that
governor's
they think
ability to
is
make
out there
their money
to
based
beat Joe
on the
Biden.
information
Because
they have access
a
to.
lot,
That
a lot can happen, but Joe Biden.
like any member of Congress fucking started trading basically
The White House
bullshit.
isn't
He
terribly
makes
concerned about polls,
210.
in large part because the polls were pretty negative for the midterms.
He
and
went
they
to
did pretty
Yale
well
and
in the midterms.
Harvard?
They picked up
Wow.
Oh,
15 in the Senate.
that's who I was thinking
So
of when I
the White
said
House has a
the other
serious
person, dude.
to let the president be presidential, to have a Rose Garden,
He went to Harvard?
and
That's
that's the strategy
crazy.
they're going to run, and they're going to be running against
Wow.
Kevin McCarthy, and
He
then
doesn't strike me as
Very
someone who went
similar to his
Well,
run
actually,
during
if someone else
COVID, right?
did.
I mean,
What was wearing his
I'm
hat?
kind of looking forward to
People was wearing
this,
his
this
hat.
announcement coming tomorrow. We're told it's going to be a taped announcement.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like the movie
Well, how could I
splash
not?
one
You tell
would,
me it's like
I can't
expect
unknow
for
it.
the president to be announcing his re-election run.
Do I strike you as someone who
Yeah, it's not what you would expect, but it does seem to be
Yeah.
very much in line with what we've seen from
Yeah.
President Biden. He ran in 2020 a very underground campaign, no pun intended. We didn't see a lot of him live. He didn't do all of the typical things. He's
Do I
probably
strike
gonna
you
make
as
the
someone that
argument
went
he's got
to
a
Duke?
job to do, and he's
Yes,
gonna
you
focus on
do.
that and not
Box.
campaigning.
That's only 'cause
But
you
he
already
is gonna
know.
make his announcement. He's much better off to do things scripted than he is to do things ad hoc. We've seen a lot of gaffes from his ad hocs or Q&As. And I think he's better off if he sticks to a script. So
Do I
if
strike
were
you as
Joe
someone who
Biden,
went to
Biden is doing
Harvard?
exactly what I advise him to do. I think he's better off like doing campaign events around. I think that would actually point out some of his deficiencies. But it's not at all what you would expect.
51% of the members of his own party, according to this latest poll here, they don't
She has
want
such
to see
pretty
him run
eyes.
again. They want new blood.
Yeah, they're
So
making
we'll
for
see.
Mr.
We'll be watching
Ascroft.
all of
Good
it,
job with that.
setting up for quite the election. Thank you both, Hans. Lee,
He's got
thank you.
huge ass bow curls, it looks like.
All right. Well, it's something RFK Jr. Told Neil
Well, I think
about
those
the
things
middle
are
class
real.
in
Look
America
how huge they
posing
are.
an even
Yeah.
bigger problem
Think those are
for
real?
President Biden.
Probably.
More on that
They're not
later
that
in the hour.
expensive.
I've never seen pearls that big in
Secretary
real
of State
life.
There
Anthony
are
Blinken
huge
just announcing a
pearls.
temporary
I've never seen
ceasefire
them.
in
Well,
Sudan.
they're
What this means for the
uncultured,
government
I
to get
guess.
Americans out
Look, I'll show
as
you.
danger closes in.
I don't know if they're real.
Alright, everyone start this.
What was this thing in there?
But I got spicy too.
Red hot.
Mm-hmm.
You sound like Diet Coke. You're like, look what I have.
Monica, can I show you something?
Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. It's like, is Monica a boy or a girl?
Is that what you said? Surely say that.
Don't you remember?
Kind of, or something like
Were
that.
you in person or on the phone?
On the phone.
Oh, I guess because she doesn't see you.
And then they did the candles. How do they have so much energy?
Just because they're small, so they're Based on metabolic rates run high with a lot of energy, I guess.
Did Sam have a lot of energy when he was little?
Who knows?
More rambunctious than Ben was.
He was more?
Sam was like a little more high energy than Ben.
Ben was just cute and sweet.
Wow.
Yep.
What is that? Just like chips, crumbs? It's probably gross different things, right? Ugh, what'd you get in there?
I don't know, it's like basically tobacco and weed with about ash.
Benny.
Do you want a bag for this candy?
Maybe. I have one here.
Where is it?
Alright.
It's in bags, I thought it was already.
No, that candy.
Oh, I don't want to. She'll probably eat it.
I mean, there's a Ziploc bag.
What did you just say?
I said you'll probably just eat it. Wow.
I think I'm high on Prozac.
Well, good, at least you're high on something.
No, I'm just kidding.
Better than being down.
I'm not high on it.
Right. Sam used the word high really liberally.
Huh?
Sam uses the word high really liberally. You know the high you get from winning hands of blackjack in a row?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that's not high, Sam. That's just feeling excited. He doesn't know what a real high is. We want yours?
No.
Okay.
Alright, fine.
You want to sit here? Sit here, it's better.
You know what I was doing yesterday when I wasn't gardening?
What?
I was watching chiropractor videos.
Oh, that's good. Wow, I'm strong. Look at that. Wow, look. Look, I fucking sent his arm through the middle. Look at that.
You made it cold?
I made it cold. What? What are you talking about?
What are you doing with your hands?
Oh, no, I'm pilfering them for whatever, like, shit they have on them. See, on the lower hand side of the screen, those little boxes pop up.
Yeah.
Rags and scraps and shit.
Is this game The Last of Us?
No, it's a different zombie game. Doesn't have Ellis Page, whoever the fuck it is now. They're not alive. They're the opposite of alive.
How can they move it if they're not alive?
Well, that's the question of zombie literature that never makes any fucking sense. They're dead, and they can't. The mitochondria shouldn't be running ATP. So then maybe technically they're not really dead, they just have a virus or whatever. But they're still, wow, look how far that one went.
Their bodies are just being guided by the virus to spread.
That's basically what you would think, yeah.
You know, I thought of something I didn't think of before about COVID.
Yeah.
They probably did that to get Trump out of office.
The Chinese, why? Because it was too tough on them. Yeah, maybe. What was it? What was Fauci? Well, it was just some fucking shitty. For all we know, Nana could have fucking died of COVID. That's how fucking early it could have fucking been out without anybody knowing.
And they test her bones or something?
No, we're not assuming fucking Nana. Am I getting this? I'm getting it.
Stay human.
Are you in, like, Germany?
Yeah, we're in Europe. Looks like somebody left a little unhandy. I know I'm funny, bitch. Bitch, I'm hilarious. Bitch, I'm adorable.
What?
Team 4-star, so Vegeta, you think you're cute? Bitch, I'm adorable. Bitch, I'm hilarious. That's not nice, that was fucking funny. Team 4-star. He's like, bitch, I'm adorable. So you think you're cute, huh? Like, bitch, I'm adorable.
Following is a fan-based parody. Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, and Dragon Ball Super are all owned by Funimation, Toei Animation. Please support the official release.
But if it makes you feel any better, I'll give you one free shot. But I'm warning you, if you waste it... you're gonna regret it. How did you get this strong? I trained all day yesterday. Oh, you think you're big? Bitch, I'm adorable.
See?
Then how about this? Oh, and that's just precious.
I don't know if there's another one. This is like probably like Sean, so I'm guessing French also says it.
I hope you're prepared to meet your maker. In hell.
Yeah.
You think you're cute, bitch? I'm adorable.
Like father, like son. That's funny. And then later he's like, get out of my fucking timeline. You okay, Mom? You okay? Why are you choking to death for? What?
Can I braid your hair?
No. It's not long enough.
Yeah, it is.
It's not.
I've done it before.
What cornrows?
Yeah, can I cornrow it?
Is that appropriation?
No.
Why are you choking? From the cleaner? What cleaner are you using? Well, you want a mask? You want a fucking N95?
No, just another cleaner that doesn't make you choke. I can use that one.
Well, okay, yeah, obviously, what the hell? What? Are you choking or laughing? Now you sound like Andrew Yu. After a big fat bong rip, I'd be like, oh, Andrew, you're not even gonna cough? Wow, so impressive. Then he'd be like, bit.
Let me do one cornrow.
No. Or get shot.
I'll take it out.
Whoa, that guy just came out of nowhere.
You look like a red.
Stop. Stop fucking with my trucker head.
You see a trucker? What are you doing to them?
Nothing. I'm searching them. See, I took some rice off that one. For some reason, I wanted that gross ass rice on the zombie.
It feels cold there. It's making me cold.
It's just the window was open.
No, you hear it there?
The sound is making me feel cold.
The sound isn't like wind.
Yes, it is, but that was also just real wind coming from the window. I'm pretty sure, sweetheart.
No, I don't actually feel cold. That's making me think you're cold.
Fascinating. The human mind never ceases to amaze. No, I know. The thing that I described, the depersonalization, like I described with the manual, where like I couldn't tell like if the black arm, like whose arms were mine.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing can happen if I'm playing a game like where like the field of view is like this, where you can like see your own arms. Like I'm playing Battlefield 1. I was super high and like depersonalized. I like felt like the video game arms were like my arms.
Yeah.
I can feel like that sometimes.
Big boy right there.
Well, now it's I gotta heal.
Do you think Kathy Griffith should have been canceled for holding up Trump's head like that?
Well, technically, I don't know. Do you think anybody should ever be canceled? Well, I guess, yeah, like, I don't know.
I think it was reference.
Well, I guess, like, going to jail is the same as being canceled. So, I guess if somebody does something worthy of, like, criminal, you know, obviously they get canceled. I don't know. Nana didn't like it, but I feel like people, like, there's, like, the right to free speech. Well, free speech is different. She wasn't jailed for that, so, yeah, that's different.
She went to jail for it?
No, she wasn't jailed for it, so therefore it wasn't a free speech issue. It's just like a, well, look, I mean, that's literally just a free market. I mean, like, what do you mean canceled? Like, if people decide to boycott somebody because they don't like their principles, that's literally just free market capitalism. That's literally laissez-faire. Like, I don't know what.
I guess my question was more, did you find it reprehensible?
I never looked at the fucking picture, so I'm not going to comment on it. I chose not to look at the picture. That's all I'm gonna fucking say. This conversation is making me fucking angry.
W. Darcy.
What time is
The
it?
time is now 4:32
Oh,
p.m.
how convenient that is.
Card. Broadcast. Broadcast. Strength fights. Shining light 2. Stay human. 0. 3 hours 2 minutes and 59 seconds.
Those things are so fucking fascinating. Look how huge each one is compared to like that one. They're both like little computers, basically.
Congo, Story, Part 1, Chapter 4, Fire and Ice.
Scorpion or Sub-Zero, not too late. This guy looks like Jason Momoa, look. Look. Wow, okay. Somebody wants to get him slapped again.
What?
What?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
He should have killed you as he promised. Now I finish what he could not.
This game came out in 1981, Mom. Would you believe that? Look at this game. Look at the graphics in this game. And then what if I told you this game came out in 1981?
That's not true at all.
No, definitely not.
That came out like yesterday.
I'll stop Sector. No sirens.
I got you clear.
You don't even know.
I said tickle, not clean. Look, I'm a race car. Look. Look.
I am.
Why are you so silly?
Oh wow.
Look.
Oh wow.
Look. Look. Oh.
Why'd you do it?
It changed. Why'd I do it? Is that what you asked me?
Why'd you do it?
What's that supposed to mean?
Why did you stop being a car?
It stops being a car.
I can't win this level.
Of what?
Someday I'll beat it.
Beat what?
This level.
Okay, well, get a job. Oh, why does it make you cry? Why can't you just laugh about it? I guess I should make those jokes too sensitive, sweetheart. Oh, you need a massage? Okay.
Yeah, that one knot in my back still really.
Well, you want to scoot some of this stuff over and sit over here?
I think I need a wide strap
harness. Well, with the rope.
No, you have to get it done by a
Well, it works with me
chiropractor.
with a rope.
What they do is put it up here on the back, not the front. And then they pull your head up. What's this?
Red.
I found a fossil.
There's no other way around! You got to go through it!
Forza Motorsport 5. Oh, jumping out the car again.
Look, my muscles are coming out.
From what? Playing gardening?
Playing gardening? What? I carried 100 bags of mulch yesterday.
How heavy is each one?
12 pounds, maybe?
Look, I'm driving a Porsche.
I don't know what a Porsche is.
Porsche?
That's how you drive on the road, too.
My Colombia. My Mexico. Are there some parts of Mexico that look like this?
It looks more like Costa Rica.
Well, what about the what about the Yucatan? The Yucatan does look like this?
I've never been there. I don't think Yucatan looks like that. I don't think it has volcanoes. Yucatan is more like a beach city.
Not the inside. Not the part that's not the coast, like the inland. Cincinnati?
This is the final drop. The professional is ready. Go, go, go! What do you say? Rest of the festival race? No!
It is Mexico. I had cars falling out of the sky.
The Baja 500.
The Baja. Did you see that crazy crash in Talladega? It was a crazy crash, and then somebody was able to take the win.
Get ready for the biggest Horizon adventure of your life. Strap yourselves in, Horizon. I've seen this title before, trust me.
Party people.
Please welcome our #1 superstar to Horizon Mexico.
Bienvenidos a Mexico. Who should I be?
Now one of the best in the history of the festival. You just
You want to choose? It looks most like my other fighter.
Any second now.
They're going so fast. They look like they're going really slow. Oh no.
Yeah, but then he runs.
Oh, his tire got all busted.
Yeah, but you see who took who won it?
All across the country, people are working hard.
Oh my gosh, did not see that coming, Tony. Neither did he. Too much for breaking that thing. Lost it.
Of our adversaries, whether it's Xi Jinping or Putin, and it's a complete screw up of the priorities of our military. The Secretary of the Navy got out his climate action plan well over a year ago and just got his 30-year shipbuilding plan to the Congress the night before the hearing. And then on another issue that I care deeply about, there's a requirement that they have to have 31 amphibious ships so the Marines can do force projection, kick in the door capability all over the world. He came to the Congress last week and said, we're not going to do that. We're not going to meet a requirement in the law. But he said climate change is one of his top priorities. Again, this is music to the ears of America's enemies.
Why is this happening? Why are we allowing climate change to take priority in our U.S. military?
Well, we're not allowing it, right? I pounded the heck out of him, and his assistant secretary came before
Readiness Subcommittee last week, but it's happening because this administration is so beholden to the far left on so many issues.
They could die. Why
It's
did
not
they do
just
this?
with regard to focusing on climate change. The Biden administration's military budget that they proposed to
What they
Congress
love.
the last 3 years, every time the budget shrinks the military.
And life isn't worth living if you don't have something worth dying for.
Shrinks the Navy, shrinks the Army, and shrinks the Marine Corps. And yet the military leaders are saying this is some of the most dangerous times we've seen since World War II, but we're shrinking our military and focusing on climate change. It makes no sense. And again, the adversaries of America are the ones who are celebrating this.
With these types of actions at the highest levels of our U.S. military and branches of the military, what message do you believe we're sending to our adversaries, Senator?
Well, it's the wrong message. I mean, the message of shrinking our military is exactly the wrong message that this administration sends every time they propose a budget. Now, on the Armed Services Committee, the last 2 years in a row, in a bipartisan way, by the way, Sandra, we have rejected this budget and have dramatically increased our capability and lethality. That's what we're likely going to do again. But when the Commander-in-Chief sends forward a budget that dramatically cuts the military, shrinks the Navy. I mean, we talk a lot about the challenges with Taiwan and the Chinese Communist Party. The one force that we need more than anything is the Marine Corps and the Navy. In Biden's budget right now, they're shrinking both of those services, and that is exactly the wrong message to be sending to our adversaries.
Well, we certainly sense the urgency in your voice on this matter. At the same time, some of these far-left Democrats like AOC and others are reintroducing this $1 trillion Green New Deal. That would, by the way, it calls for the end of fossil fuels. And you think about that in the context of everything that you have just said and what that does to our position with some of our adversaries. That they push us to be more reluctant on them for our fossil fuels. If we don't get it here, we're going to get it somewhere else. We have not seen that we are ready for that transition to electric vehicles, for example, in this country.
You are absolutely right, and this is one of the huge contrasts between Republicans and Democrats. And to your point, and what I always say, one of our great strategic advantages over our adversaries is American energy dominance. We should be focused on American energy independence, all of the above energy. And what you see with the Green New Deal, which they are all celebrating, is it's going to unilaterally disarm one of these great strategic advantages we have, American energy, and drive up costs on working families. The better bill by far is the lower American energy cost bill that Speaker McCarthy and the House Republicans just introduced and passed. That's all the above energy. It's important permitting reform so we can bring projects online quickly.
Well,
Chuck Schumer needs to bring that to the Senate. By the way, Sandra, that would pass in a bipartisan.
You sure you saw the one from like yesterday, not one from a different year?
To do it, they bring the Green New Deal, that'll get crushed in the Senate and the House. But it just shows the difference between the two parties on one of the most critical issues facing our country, American energy independence and American energy dominance.
All right. Dave Zirin, the Republican from Alaska. Thank you.
Hi, Dave said you wanted to be there.
I would have, yeah.
TikTok going viral for claiming middle-seat passengers. We've all been them before. Had the right to both armrests on an airplane. Back in a fly with Kat and Abby. They're next.
They want both arms on the plane?
All across the country, people are working hard to build a better future. So we're hard work, helping them achieve financial freedom. We're proud to serve people everywhere and investing for the retirement they envision. From the plains to the coast, we help Americans invest for their future and help communities thrive. Invested in the future of Americans. BlackRock.
They gonna hire you?
No, don't remember. Why are you talking about my work today?
While loading up
Why are you talking about my sandwich today?
one extra push and crack. So we scheduled at SafeFlight.com. We were able to track our technician and knew exactly when he'd arrive. We could keep working. SafeFlight came to us. Hi, I'm Kendrick. Replaced our windshield.
I'm Kendrick Lamar.
To protect our new glass.
It's the Asian man.
SafeFlight
In the commercial.
Back when I had a working circulatory system, you had to give your right arm to find great talent. But with Upwork, there's highly skilled talent from all over the globe, right at your fingertips.
Excuse me.
At Omaha Steaks, we do burgers differently. We take a premium aged steak like this and turn it into a pure ground burger.
Remember
like
when you
this.
left my steak
So
in
this is
the
actually a
car?
ribeye. This is a New York strip, top
No.
sirloin, beef brisket.
What was that?
This is a
You don't
filet
remember?
mignon. For a
What was
limited
that?
time. Our
Like
burger
last
perfection flight
week?
comes with 20 big, juicy burgers,
Huh?
all for just
Like last
$79.99
week?
plus free shipping. Get it today at omahasteaks.com.
Your steak?
This is burger
Was
perfection.
it yours?
Guaranteed.
Steel isn't forged overnight, but after all the mining, blasting, and casting is done, it's strong. It lasts.
Missouri?
I still think about it from time
worked
to
his way
time.
through college and law school.
Oh, I thought this was going to be the
Joined
Grill
Navy
commercial.
As a JAG officer, volunteered to serve in Iraq advising SEAL Team 1, earning a Bronze Star. Held the Republican establishment accountable in Washington. As governor, DeSantis stood up to Dr. Fauci when others stood aside, banned CRT, and got the smart out of schools. Refused to let Walt Disney push us around and put media elites in their place. Ron DeSantis never backs down because his backbone wasn't forged overnight. Conservative warrior, always. Ron DeSantis, president. Never Back Down Incorporated is responsible for the content of this advertising.
What is Circle? First of all, it's a beautiful shape. It's connected. It's consistent. Community. It's meant to be inclusive. Hello.
At Circle, we build USDC, a digital dollar that's actually dollar-backed, one-to-one.
We're building a future where money will travel at the speed of the internet, interactions can pay, and no one can grab it, because it'll just be the way we work.
Circle's the place where crypto meets stability,
Where local businesses meet global customers.
and the US dollar meets USDC.
Meet Circle.
America is watching. That's not just a tagline or a slogan, it's a reminder that we have a mission to make a complicated world clear. We're Fox News. America is watching.
Since people were really upset by my last rules of flying, here are 3 of my top favorites. Please wait to put your jackets in the overhead until everybody has their luggage off. Please stay in your allotted chair area and don't spread like this. And if you're in the middle seat, you get both armrests.
Okay, a viral TikTok on plane etiquette rules is ticking some people off. A travel influencer account arguing that those in the middle seat have the right to use both armrests on either side of them in the row. So what do some frequent flyers think? Well, we have a couple on set with us here at Gutfeld Post, and you can't joke about that. Author Kat Tim, congratulations on the book, Kat, and Fox Nation host Abby Hornacek are here to weigh in. So, Kat, first to you. I know you've definitely been on a lot of planes recently. What do you think? You're in the middle seat. Who gets the armrest?
Well, first of all, this travel influencer broke my number 1 rule for an airplane, which is she's filming on the plane. If I'm on a plane, I look ugly. And I think that's your right and freedom when you're traveling to look ugly. And if I saw a camera phone in my face, I would absolutely lose it. I think you just be respectful, don't be like sitting like this. But you can do a little bit. I think it's like half and half, actually.
I think that's fair, Abby.
I think it depends on your height.
I have to say that. But look, I thought a lot about this because I think if the window person does have an armrest,
Maybe that's why she's saying that.
maybe the consolation of having to sit in the middle.
Aw, look how tiny her little T is.
But there should be a height requirement. So
Her necklace.
Kat and I were sitting next to each other. No offense, Kat. Well, I mean, it's probably more
It's
offensive
like
to me
the
in
Sistine
person,
Chapel.
But I feel like I deserve the armrest because I have
That's what fits in right there.
Arms are freakishly long for my size.
I don't know.
It doesn't really make sense the way that I'm built.
That's quite a wingspan.
I know.
So then, to measure your
She's so silly.
wingspan before you get on the plane,
Such
the
a
people with the
comedian.
longest wingspan get the I think there's an assessment done. You get
She's
on
a
the plane.
what? What? She's married.
You assess sort of the height, the size.
I cracked myself up.
What?
I didn't have to say anything.
You gave me a fucking look, Monica Fox.
Survival of the fittest.
Giving me looks.
It's a little bit of every man for himself.
I can't watch the television. I can't watch the fucking television.
Your flight was delayed or always delayed now.
I gotta be above watching the television.
You don't care about anybody else around you. I mean, I think some of the biggest jerks I've seen in my life have been people I've been on a plane with. You know, and then I think there's also, the etiquette goes far beyond the armrest, right? It's like, how many times are you going to get up, right? What are you going to do with your legs? You know, and there's some men who really like to take up a lot of the space there. But I do agree with you on the sympathy for the person in the middle seat, right? Sometimes they just luck and draw, and they've got to deal with it. So maybe you can learn
American spirit.
I don't know. Or, I mean, it is luck and draw, but also they could, if they have an issue with it, they could book far enough in advance where they don't have to sit in the middle seat. That's all I'm saying. No, I think we need it.
Cracking you up, baby girl.
I can't imagine you've ever taken an issue with anybody on an airplane before, have you? Well, I always feel bad when I like to fly in the windows, but I also get to go to the bathroom like 5 times.
5 minutes.
So I want to go, but what do you want me to do about it? You know, walk an aisle seat. No, because then I have nothing to lean on. Okay, I get space though. Overhead space, Abby. I mean, do you stuff the coat up there? Do you no, absolutely not. Everybody gets their luggage up. Even if you have a bag that you think could fit up there, but you already put a bag up there, do not do it. And also, while we're on this topic, very quickly, because I feel very passionately, there was a gentleman in front of me like 2 weeks ago, and there was an older woman in front of him, and she was trying to get her bag up, and he was just standing there watching her, and so I said, "Excuse me, sir," and I helped her put her bag up. I'm like, etiquette is etiquette. You don't get to forego everything once you get on an airplane. You have to have actual etiquette. Oh. Yeah, but you know, if you put your coat up there, like if you ever have had to gate check your bag, I actually will look and see the coats in the overhead space, and then I will make sure to give them a look when we're deboarding the plane. And they probably don't know what it's for, but I'm telling you now, it's because I had to put down my bag with me because you couldn't put your coat around it. Put it on your seat. I just have one other thing to add. Shoes have to stay on. Absolutely. Shoes have to stay on. Hair cannot go over the seats. Okay. What about taking out your clip-in hair extensions on a flight? Because I have done that. More than once. Leave my clips in. I can't get comfy with my cat. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, I'll see you back here on Your World. South Carolina Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace will be here to weigh in on the 2024 race. Will be.
Oh, good. Greg Gutfeld. You saved me.
Hello, everyone.
Greg Gutfeld, my Fox crush.
Wow. They're laughing. Jason Chaffetz, Dana Perino, and Greg Gutfeld. It is 5 o'clock.
Dana
This is
Perino,
New York
my
City,
Fox.
and this is the time.
Just kidding. Judge Janine.
Now.
Judge Janine.
Judge Ebro.
Wow.
So I get to answer the question. Stay tuned. Can you feel the excitement, America? President Biden teasing that you'll know soon about his 2024 plans, even though he's completely bombing in the polls. The big guy is expected to officially kick off his bid for the election tomorrow with a no-video announcement.
No, LBJ didn't run.
Beach house after getting back from his Ireland trip. And while Biden pushes ahead, more than half the country is saying, no thanks. A whopping 70% say Biden should not run again. And even the media has serious doubts about Joe.
The American people want that. They want 4 more years for this president.
My own sense is that most Americans don't want to vote for an 81-year-old.
The Democrats are the ones that I really worry about right now. They have got to get on it, what their message is going to be, and what they're going to do to build the enthusiasm for their candidate.
The president is facing serious headwinds when it comes to the public perception about whether or not he should run. And chief among those concerns are the president's 80-year-old age.
There's a majority of Democrats who don't want to see Biden run again. It's not because of his policies.
Took your car, though?
Because
Took your car?
his physical ability to do it in his current age.
Yeah. And while Americans have worries about a second Biden term, top Democrats are trying to reassure them.
He's going to have an incredibly strong record to run on.
Should President Biden be doing more to show Americans that he's up to the job?
I think his schedule reflects an active person, mentally and physically, who is engaging with the American people on a regular basis. It's about 19 months before there's an election. most people make their decision on the candidate 19 days before the election. So we're far in advance of any decision making.
Okay, Greg, I'm going to start with you. All right, so what we've got is the media's questioning Biden. 70% of Americans don't want him to run. And the truth is that when everyone is starting to question him, including the Democrat media, or the mainstream media, it's not a good sign for this guy.
It's a pretty staggering number. I mean, it's hard to get 70% of anybody to believe in one thing. It's hard to get 70%, I mean, to agree what a woman is. What about the remaining 30%? I mean, can you do polling in psychiatric hospitals? Whatever they do.
Wow, what do you say? What do you say?
Right? Oh, he's so active. It's like a 13-year-old dog trying to go up the stairs.
He said, what about the other 30%? Can't they do polling in psychiatric?
Wow. Hilarious.
We would have the same, I don't know, big media news today. Wow, Ron Lemon. Wow, who would have seen that coming? We're having the same conversation again at 2024. You know, for 2020, it's like booking a second trip on the Titanic. In this era of deep fakes and artificial intelligence, and you're going to have a video tomorrow. I mean, he's going to be as real as Max Headroom. You're going to be seen moving around like this. There'll be clips, there'll be edits, because you can't just run it because it's not going to work. In his defense, because Harold is here, and he needs all the help he can get. The generic candidate always does better, right? Because the unknown is always preferable to the familiar.
Nice.
You know, every time we fall in love, it's before familiarity kicks in, and you have this person that you admire and you love, and then over time, you know, you start to get tired of them, and it may not be their fault, but, you know, maybe it's because you're tired of hearing the same thing, and or maybe they piss you off, and then sooner or later, then it's just over, and then everybody's shocked.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Dana, the Wall Street Journal says that Biden is being selfish by saying that he's the only guy for the job and possibly leaving us stuck with Kamala Harris. And especially now with the fact that it appears
You got your ball, you got your chain tied to me tightly, tie me up
Remember in
again.
one of the first Democratic primary debates back in 2019, it was one of the Castro brothers that was running for president, and on stage during the debate he brought up cognitive decline.
Yes.
And he was almost run out of town. He basically dropped out a day or two later because everyone said, you can't say that. Well, now, the New York Times editorial page is actually saying, I'm not saying to drop out, but they are saying there is an issue here, and they're saying the president needs to address it. I remember when President Trump took office the first day, he announced that day that he would be running for re-election. So there was never any question. What Biden has done for the past 18 months is let everybody wonder, will he run again? I think something that happened in the midterms, when the Democrats did better than expected, it sort of saddled the Democrats with Biden. Because now he doesn't think that he's old. Okay, and I think that it's hard to tell somebody that. And he has his family around him saying, "It's all you're good. We're good to go." And you've accomplished so much. You have to finish the job, and he believes that. And they're going to keep on trying to push for that. I do think that they've been pretty open about the fact that Joe Biden, they think in their mind, is the only Democrat that can beat President Trump in a rematch. I don't know if that's true, but I do think the last thing I would say is what you mentioned about the Wall Street Journal editorial board. That if the question gets to be, well, if Biden's in cognitive decline of some rate, and Kamala Harris is the option, then does that motivate Republicans to vote more as Democrats are less enthusiastic, in which case, as Kellyanne Conway said on the Big Show over the weekend, that actually could help Republicans, no matter who it is.
Great point. All right, I'm going to go to you now, Harold. You know,
Harold Ford
he needs to finish the job, as David just mentioned, and he can tell all the great things that he's done, like
That is Harold Ford Jr.
infrastructure. The president
Not
is
Jason
doing his
Chaffetz,
job
not the guy in the middle, the guy in the...
Apparently, they say that the
He's in the regular chair, he's always sits in.
and that there are so many jobs available. Do you think
Juan
that's
Williams,
selling
Robert Rivera's,
the American people are
Jessica
buying?
Tarlow's chair.
That's Harold Ford Jr.?
Yeah.
You as well, Greg.
This president's son?
No, that's Gerald Ford.
There seems
Not Harold Ford.
For either of the front runners.
President's Gerald Ford. There's no Harold Ford president. You're fucking ridiculous.
The country doesn't want the incumbent
Wow,
president to
I'm
run.
really
No, you're just confusing the G and the H of Spanish and stuff.
Age is the primary factor with
Geraldo Rivera, Harold Ford Jr. It just means so silly.
reason for that.
Is Geraldo Harold in Spanish?
Ron DeSantis was leading in some polling a month and a half
There you go.
But you don't say
To Greg's
Geraldo.
point, I think.
What do you mean? What do you say?
Everybody
Geraldo.
thinks that you can have better and do better, and we believe that we can have someone personify better what we want in politics. If we don't know
Me llamo el profe Jorge.
Two of them are the nominees.
Hello, my name is Profe Jorge.
Very worst in their supporters, and I think bring out the worst sometimes.
Yo soy de Ecuador.
I hope that they understand they need to
Cuando yo hablo inglés, yo pongo una suena de E antes de todas mis palabras. Como ese. Hello, I am Profe Jorge. I have 3 daughters. They're all very smart. One's a nurse, one's a doctor, one's a lawyer. Some of them went to Duke. One of his daughters went to Duke. She was older than me. Profe Jorge, one of the Spanish teachers at Westtown.
So these are time-honored traditions of doing this, and it will. I think, whatever the case, it will benefit Democrats. But there's no doubt, we've never seen a moment where 70% of the same party doesn't want their incumbent or the country doesn't want that person to run, and 60% of them want the other side to run. We'll see how this plays out.
You know, it's interesting. When the Democrats start pushing, they say that, you know, and I was reading this afternoon, he can appear above the fray if he delays the announcement. And they said he had a daring voyage into Kiev. He was treated like a hero in his motherland, Ireland. First of all, a daring voyage into that Kiev when they had those fake sirens.
Yeah, let them down and specify.
Well, they had the super.
I don't know what that is, but these are menthol. That's pretty much super.
People pay attention to those types of things, you know. I was actually there over the weekend, and why didn't they go visit those people? Those people vote, they care, they're Americans. Look, the cognitive decline is palpable. I mean, everybody notices it. And if the Democrats think that more cowbell, more Joe Biden is actually going to solve their problems, that's not going to solve their problems. They're on the wrong side of the issues. They got somebody who can't speak. And I don't think it's a coincidence, by the way, that Susan Rice departed 24 hours before Joe Biden.
So now you should drink it. You should fucking drink this. Tastes delicious to me. Now I like that it tasted too.
I don't think by the time you get to the end of the year, he's actually going to run. And when they switch the calendar, so South Carolina goes before Iowa and all this, that was a move by the Congressional Black Caucus, and I think somebody like Susan Rice, who's got strong credentials with Obama and with Biden, looks at that and says, why am I the president?
Wait, you think that Susan Rice is going to take on Kamala Harris for the nomination?
I think there's a chance.
I'll watch it.
And then so 2024 it'll be Susan Rice versus Tucker Carlson.
Wow.
Into liberals for failing to call out the crime crisis in Democrat cities.
He's looking old.
Wow. Hey, hand me my trading journal.
Oh, this melted into my body.
Well, you can wash it off. Can I get that book, please?
A chef, a designer, and
What happened?
an engineer. All
The paint? There's paint there.
ceremony with Chase. The chef's cooking up first
chewed
with a new
gum.
debit card. The designer's eyeing sequences of
Okay, well, it can, be fixed. No use crying over spilled milk.
You can build your own account for college. 3 futures, all with Chase. Freedom for kids, control for parents. One bank for both. Chase, make more of what's yours.
This area is in pretty good shape. Can I help get your bed in order?
No, not going there yet.
DeSantis voted 3 times to cut Social Security, even to privatize Medicare. Worse, DeSantis wanted to raise the retirement
Looking for something?
Can I do
Ron
laundry?
DeSantis would
No.
make us work longer to get less. President Trump promised.
We will protect Medicare.
Lost my Starburst.
38.4.
I'm talking to my mother.
And he always will.
You want some other gummy candy?
Responsible for the content of this advertising.
Yeah, share. Give me my coat.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Well, don't just you stand up for a while.
My pillow guy. And you're looking
You can
good.
sit here.
Feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we got the best pillow ever. My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My
Hey, look, it's the Mike Lindell guy.
There's a My Pillow in my car. Why is that?
I don't. You must have bought it.
I didn't buy a My Pillow.
Combined with a cooling fabric with
Was it
temperature regulated.
put in there for
My
bed?
Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation
Wow.
of My Pillow.
the back seat when
The
you're
best
little
sleep just got even better. Whether you have a My Pillow or not, you need to get the brand new My Pillow 2.0.
When's the last time you had to use this
Go to
clearance? Remember that clearance
MyPillow.com now. Use your
equation?
promo code, and
Clearance
for a
equals
limited time when you buy
urine
one,
times
you'll get a
blood
second
output
one
over
absolutely
plasma
free.
concentration.
You're sleeping even better.
What you were interned?
And you're looking good.
feeling good.
I knew you would.
Visit MyPillow.com.
I was sitting with a gun underneath my pillow.
Well, what do you do when you prescribe people drugs? Those recommendations?
We have a lot of anger towards the McCoys.
If they're over a certain age, I just
To be able to curse, it's in the genes.
You know me when I get around McCoy.
This is our empire.
I'm out to get Courtney McCoy. I will steamroll over here.
McCoys don't have failure in them. We're going to race. The Real Hatfields and McCoys, Forever Feuding. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
For breaking news, politics, and Beltway coverage like no other, Bret Baier has the smart analysis you can't miss. Special Report, weeknights at 6 on Fox News Channel.
What's wrong with that baby's face?
Which ones? Which one?
All the way to the left.
That's congenital syphilis or rubella or something. They get what's called blueberry babies, get the blueberry spots.
Does it go away?
If it's syphilis, I think you can give them penicillin. If it's rubella, not so much because that's a virus. But sometimes they can be still affected by it. So like even if like you cure the disease, like they still have manifestations later into life sometimes. I think. Can't remember. I gotta look that up. That's maybe more question. I guess what's called snuffles, well, snot. Some other stuff, and they get what's called shaver shins, and this annoy me. Please stop touching me. Hutchinson teeth. What? What? I just want to be touched right now.
Never talking to you.
Okay, BPD. You're on the wall.
Where?
Wherever the BPD one is. I told you to use the sheets. Hey, don't be pouty. Hey, baby. Hey, you look so pretty with your makeup on and your hair done all nice. Hey, how'd you get such nice, long, beautiful, thick hair, huh? Oh, look at that hair. Who takes care of that? Oh, look how happy she is with her hair. Oh, how'd you get your hair so nice?
More outrage over the soft-handed approach
Damn,
to violent crime. Video showing the heartbreaking
She's like
moment
4'10".
when a 6-month-old baby boy
She's really
was
short.
killed
Yeah,
in a
can you
car
believe
crash
that?
in
That's so
Chicago.
sad.
The two teenagers accused of
What?
stealing the
That
car
baby is dead.
caused the wreck.
They killed
Are
that
only
baby.
facing
I don't know.
misdemeanor
Two
charges.
teenagers crashed into
And the
him.
victim's family is slamming the charges as disheartening, to say the least. So where does
fucking
it end? The liberal
terrible.
comic Bill Maher is wondering why the
Unspeakably
media
bad.
won't address the crime crisis in cities like Chicago.
I was reading that in New York, a third of all the shoplifting cases are by 327 people in a city of 8 million. Because they keep getting returned to the streets, like Chicago. Like most of the shootings are young black men killing other young black men. Is that not correct? Why doesn't anybody talk about that? Well, I mean, why aren't there, 100
Chi-Town.
celebrities who would have the respect?
Kanye tried to talk about
What are
it.
you doing to yourself?
Chirac.
Why are you killing each other?
Even outgoing Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot is admitting that her party has a crime problem in liberal cities that needs to be addressed.
If we do not speak the truth about violent crime in our city, we will be the worst for it. But I know that there are people in my city that are wreaking havoc every day and need to be off the street. We say, yeah, the police department is spending all this time and resources to arrest, put a case on, and then the judges and the prosecutors say, you know what, we're going to let you out on electronic monitoring to wreak havoc again.
Welcome to the Five, Lori Lightfoot.
Wow.
Okay, do you remember there was an ad between, I can't remember if it was UPS or FedEx, and this woman's very frustrated in a meeting because she says something and then the guy says it next door, and the boss says, yeah, I'm with him, and he's like, I just said that. I sort of feel like that because when Bill Maher says, why isn't anybody talking about this? It's just that if we say it, nobody listens.
You know, it's funny. This is probably the third or fourth major story that we have been following for years, that we've been talking about relentlessly, and it never gets covered because, oh, it's Fox News, oh, it's the Five. And it's amusing to see the level of surprise over something that we've been hammering for years. But finally, the truth, it seems like the truth has been set free. It's out of its silo. And the problem is, what kind of result do you get out of that? And oftentimes, we know what the result is. We get called racist, right? Yeah. And the irony of that is a racist wouldn't want to talk about black-on-black crime because they just want it to continue, right? You know, it's like it doesn't make any sense, but they will call you a racist for bringing it up. That leads me to the question, why does the left not want to talk about it? And I believe it's because, the reason, if you have to talk about it, then you have to have solutions for it being fixed. And that's where the left runs into problems, because at that point they need, the hardline progs need to listen to solutions from the other side.
Don't not
because they have a long history of working.
Do that while looking
you may hate the right
while looking at it.
Yeah, you never look at anything that's explosive down the fucking barrel.
I didn't look down the barrel.
Unfortunately, these are one
also,
party
this one is
towns
out.
where you need two parties, and that one party that's in control doesn't have the spine to go after crime.
Yeah.
Hence, Lori Lightfoot finally coming out and saying it after she's leaving.
And after she lost.
Yeah, after she lost.
So, Harold, and I mean, you've also said similar things that we have said, but when Bill Maher says it,
got my
will that
point
make a
across to
difference?
I think that Bill probably should listen to our show and listen to us at Fox. I think crime is bad regardless of where it's committed. We've seen the last several days, a young 16-year-old kid go to the door to pick up his siblings. He was shot. You had a 20-year-old woman driving the wrong driveway. Realized she was in the wrong driveway, and she's backing out. She got shot. A 6-year-old kid with his dad playing ball in the backyard. Something's wrong with us also when these kinds of things happen. And I appreciate when any and everyone wants to focus on this with the energy that Bill is saying. But we talk about this every day. And for me, this is not a racial issue. But when you inject race into it, the communities that get hit the hardest, that suffer the most, Greg says it often. Greg's not a racist. He talks about race a lot, but he's not racist at all. He talks about it because when you're talking about race and these issues, it's not a racist now. These are just facts.
That's hilarious.
And the communities that get hit the hardest are the time, unfortunately, regrettably, communities of color. Lori Lightfoot came around. I wish she had said some of these things when she was mayor. I wish she had acted on some of this as mayor. But I'm a believer when you get a convert, you take them. And I'm hopeful that if she decides to re-enter politics, and I'll turn over here to the right.
Yeah, well, that's what you're
when she comes around, you got to accept people who come to your side.
Let me tell you something about her. This woman is a former federal prosecutor. She knew this when she was the mayor. So don't give me this, thank God she came around.
Well, she lost,
knew this. Yeah, no, but she was so beholden to the progressives and to the left that people died because of that mentality, that social justice nonsense. And first of all, she didn't just figure this out, she's known it. And she went against her core being to allow these social justice warriors, criminals, to be out again and again. And what I want to know is, did she have a lobotomy? It was different. She was a pro-crime, ignore crime, social justice warrior to the detriment of thousands and thousands of minority men, women, and children. So, and just so you all know, black-on-black crime is something everyone in law enforcement knows about. This is nothing new for any of us. That's why we have street crime units. That's why we have inner-city crime units. That's why we have a stop, inquire, and frisk. All that stuff is justified by Terry versus Ohio. Until the social justice warriors said, oh, that's not right.
I wonder how old Judge Judy is, because I would see Judge Judy on television when I was a child, and I'd be like, she looks like grandma, like Sally Kirshner Balin.
She's probably 90.
And then, and now, Judge Judy, she looks the same as she did when I was a kid. What the fuck?
Hold on.
How she look like fucking grandma never aged a day.
Nothing to do with
Yeah, when I post pictures on Facebook, people say, "Oh, you look the same." I feel like saying, "What? I don't look better."
Wow. You should. It's a good joke.
So it's not just about locking them up. It's about making sure they stay in school.
Oh, did you know her last name, Ben?
So they have hope.
Judge
We
Judy.
mentioned Susan Rice, who was leaving the White House, National Policy Council head, head of education. They never talked about it at the White House either. The crime.
Guess how old she is.
Yeah, I've read her Wikipedia page before.
But guess her age.
84.
But you also need to talk about single-parent households. You need to talk about the destruction of marriage in this
77.
country. And if you don't start talking about that and families and the role that dads play in this, then you're not going to actually complete the discussion. And the left doesn't even want to begin to do that, let alone get in there and talk about the veracity and the need for the Second Amendment so that people can actually protect themselves.
She does
They're
look
trying to do
the
everything they
same.
can.
I know.
She always looks like she's
And what about all the people? What about that single 18-year-old girl who's just trying to get her education or go to work? Don't you feel for her? How is she going to protect
You wanna
herself
turn
in
that
these,
light off?
in these radical cities where there's
That was not on.
crime prevention? There's not a cop on the beat or somebody on the street to protect her. They don't ever tell those stories. So I think it's too late, as the judge is saying. She had the opportunity. She was in a position of power, and she did the exact opposite of what needed to happen.
And what happens in our political system? She lost. Look, I just never give up on people. If I give up on people, we're not going to
But
get
do you think she lost because of crime?
She did.
They went farther to the left. They went farther to the left.
Lost in the primary. And then
She didn't get to the runoff.
crime didn't get to the runoff. Exactly. All right, up next, Democrats accused of bringing woke policies to the border. Well, they're pushing special treatment for some migrants. We'll tell you about it.
Yeah. If you got a chance, take it. Take it while you got a chance.
It looks amazing.
I struggle with CPAP every night, but now that I got the Inspire implant, it's making me think of doing other things I've been putting on.
Like removing the tattoo of your first wife's name.
Inspire.
Learn more about safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Or whatever.
Sometimes you're so busy taking care of everyone else, you don't do enough for your health or your mouth. But eventually it will remind
Whatever you want,
With
Mom.
us, Aspen Dental is here for you. We offer the custom dental treatments you need, all
Oh, that's Sam?
Yeah. Looks kind of like Raiden, interestingly. Obviously.
So cute. Whose house is that?
Well, it's the Dortown Inn. That's where they got married. Presumably.
Yesterday, we were blessed with one of the most recklessly stupid things I've ever seen broadcast on Twitch. It had all... Welcome to the future. Things are getting pretty intense when it comes to gaming in the current generation and next generation as well. I'm sure all of you have been seeing a lot of these projects that are popping up now using Unreal Engine 5
His
that
hair's
look
longer than mine.
pretty lifelike. Like, if you're just looking at some of these games, you're probably under the assumption that you're watching just a video in the real world. It is incredible how far the technology has come with video game graphics. Now, Moonhorn just made a video going over some of the projects. I'd like to show you just a clip of that.
Now, if you're looking at this and wondering, is that really gameplay? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is gameplay of a body cam footage project. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, it obviously is real actual gameplay simply because you can, if you look closely at the lighting, the shadowing, the ambient occlusion, the way that any animation works, it's obviously not real footage. But you'd be hard-pressed, obviously, at first glance, if you watch this, you might expect to see the Live Leak logo sitting somewhere.
He's absolutely right. If you just showed me that video as I was scrolling through Twitter, I'd 100% think I was on Live Leak. It really does look like you're just watching real footage of someone getting into a gunfight. But it's not. It is a game. And there's been quite a few projects like this that are kind of popping up all over the place and blowing people's mind. The most recent one is something called Unrecord, which is another body cam FPS game that's getting a lot of hype. And of course, since it's the internet, everything's controversial, so it's led to a bit of a debate. It's kind of unearthed an ancient debate, kind of like opening a sarcophagus and looking at an old mummy. The debate of video games being too realistic. This is something that existed back when the first Doom came out. And looking back on Doom, you're like, how could anyone ever think that this looked real? But back then, people were concerned because the graphics were innovative for their time. They were saying, the game is so realistic that it's going to lead to people being violent, it's going to confuse the young, spongy mind of children that might play the game and distort their view on reality. And that whole debate kind of got sidelined over the last, 10 or so years. It was kind of something that still got talked about occasionally, but usually by just out-of-touch, archaic fossils that don't play games in the first place. But now with this new wave of graphics that are dragging us kicking and screaming into the fucking deep future of tech here, it's kind of lit a fire under the ass of that whole talking point again, because the games look so real. Unreal Engine 5 is mind-blowing, the capabilities of it. The lighting in particular is on a whole nother level that I didn't think would be possible for another fucking 100 years. This is some Power Rangers Time Force level technology we're dealing with, the year 3000. So, since these games are looking so real, people that aren't just out of touch old people...
See that nevus on that guy's left arm?
Yeah.
So I think that looks bad.
Geriatric, senile people are talking about it. People that
I think it's like just a burn mark.
Real gamers are talking about concern over these games looking as real as they do for younger players.
I'm sure this guy's had it looked at. He's like a millionaire. This guy is he's like my age. He's one of the most successful streamers.
What's his name?
Charlie. He's like...
It looks like it has a hair coming out of it. So it could be a congenital type nevus.
Well, probably. I mean, I don't think it's...
got like a slicky, at least it might be a shadow, but it's uniform in color from here. But yeah, any kind of congenital one like that.
Well, what about this one on this guy's head? Hang on. Got Billion. Sam was like, you should have this taken off, and I was like, why? Young. This guy's younger than me.
Location.
I don't know.
The satanic imp.
I already watched all of them.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to find it. Right here, this one. We're talking
let's start off with that. Because
I didn't watch that one.
Oh, it's not as good as on the top. He'll be in the top left there. But you can't even see it there.
On his face?
Well, yeah, what? No, it's on the top.
The ball here on his forehead?
Yeah.
Do you want to send
It's that time of year again
Yeah,
when we
go.
talk.
Sam was like, you should get that taken off. And I was like, really, why? He's probably had it his whole life.
You should send him a message.
I'm not going to send me messages.
Well, I mean, it's hard to know because, if it is, if it does have, that extension on it, but it's hard to know if that's just a shadow like on the other guys. But it's hard to tell in this picture. But yeah, if it's spreading and it's more than one color and it's been an area of sun exposure.
Well, I don't understand if what's the different diagnosis besides melanoma? The dude's had it for his whole life.
Yeah, it's sort of just a congenital mole, a compound, or
Oh, so why would Sam say you should get it taken off?
Well, just to make sure it's alright.
Is my mole still okay?
Oh, you're so cute. You're like, Sayaka, I'm also here. I'm here too, Uncle Ben. Like, Sayaka. I'm still here.
You might have to get it off eventually, but right now it's okay.
Bridget found a mole on me.
When you were in the office?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's good.
Yeah, she was like, look at that. Oh, really?
Wow, I got paint on me.
All under one roof, right?
To help. But I think whenever you encourage Congress to spend, you force them to think. And I think we as a nation need to understand that set of rules, things that you talked about, the qualification, you said it best. Who wouldn't qualify, or who can't qualify on one of those things? You just increase until
El Paso, Texas. El Paso, Texas. 12 de marzo. Feliz viaje.
Those are the things we should be talking about, as well
as an
Why are
asylum
they
process is sorted out.
running?
Because they don't want to get trapped on the wrong side of the
To
border.
integrate those who've been here 15, 20 years.
Las fronteras.
Into our society. This here distracts from that. It's not serious, it's dumb, and frankly, it's dangerous.
Whoa, those are
Yeah,
people.
I think what's interesting here is Democrats had the opportunity to participate in a hearing on the border, and they abandoned that opportunity. They blew it off.
Well, so I know that the White House might say this legislation, the suggestion on the LGBTQ, is not our legislation. That's just some Democrats in Congress. No. If the White House is going to say that every Republican will be tarred and feathered with one senator's suggestion for figuring out a way to deal with Social Security and Medicare in the future, then you will own this. And everybody shall know that the White House is actually for this. That's what we're going to say. So the other thing is the Biden administration for having blown this off.
Do you check people's
Wrong
scalps?
is that they've made it
for
so much
moles?
harder to get legislation passed. Okay, because until you deal with the security issue, nobody wants
It's
to talk about
malpractice
anything
if you
else.
don't.
In the meantime, you have
How do you
workers who
have the
can't
time
get
to
their
look through their whole
jobs
scalp?
picked with legal temporary piece of migrant labor. And so what's going to happen? That fruit will rot on the vine, or what makes it to the store will be so much more expensive, and everybody will pay for it. And again, just keep adding up how much you are
Yeah,
paying,
because
how much more you're
malpractice is
paying.
harm is caused that's irreparable, that's caused by negligence or a lesser standard of care than other doctors would. And so because all the dermatologists would look at your scalp if one doesn't, and there's a melanoma there, because any other doctor would have, and then it caused harm, you can argue in front of a lawyer that's irreparable harm. It would be malpractice.
You can't see anything?
Yeah, a lot of patients
The media is
tell me,
like,
no,
oh, I never
never
saw
looked
that
at
New
my
York Times
scalp or
report.
between my
They
toes.
live and die by the
You're
New York
right.
Times. It's really shameful that everybody's ignoring it, pretending like if they could just get Biden across the finish line, then everything's going to be solved. Nothing's going to be solved if you don't actually deal with the issues at hand.
Greg, can you solve this for us in the next
I'm
30
troubled by the
seconds?
Sandra Bullock reference. I don't know that movie.
Miss Congeniality?
Oh, that's a different movie. All right. Why did Adams come around? Because policy met consequences, right? Everybody thought that was a stunt, but when sanctuary cities feel the cost of their own virtue signaling, you actually get a convert. But I think that the thing that bugs us most in this kind of story, or it bugs me maybe, is the protected class idea is now absurd once you can identify as it. It's not like you can look at somebody and go, "Oh, you're a protected class." I can tell you might be an injured war veteran. It's obvious. But when you can say, "I am this," you create an incentive for deception. You get benefits from your identity, and we know this. And so, how will you detect the truth when somebody, a legal alien, says, "Hey, this is who I am"? You have to ask him who he has sex with. And if you're straight, are you detained? Because that's a hell of an incentive for lying, and it also happens to be discrimination to make that to say, okay, you guys get in, you people don't. But we're already kind of at the mercy of this bizarre logic of the protected class. The country's imploded under this tiny fraction of people commanding more than just respect and basic rights. They are demanding superior rights and benefits that you have to pay for, even if they're in jail. And that's not equality. That's inequality. That's punitive punishment against basically every American who's paid for it.
Dana's right. That movie's called Bird Box. You're right.
There you go.
Oh, you were thinking that other movie.
Yes! You know that one.
On the bus, yes. All right, coming up next, Democrats threaten to send Twitter files journalist Matt Taibbi to jail.
Not braiding my hair. Yeah, thanks.
With 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt that. This is.
Are we gonna go out for dinner?
Can if you want.
Can we go across the street?
You can go anywhere you want.
Yeah, let's go to that Italian place. Is it open?
Pasta Vino.
Is it open on Monday?
I don't think it is open on Mondays, actually.
You can go anywhere except for the Asian place. It's not open on Monday.
Really, pasta. Oh, it says. Oh, it is.
I thought it looked open when we walked by.
It looks like it is. It says it is.
They have the best gelato I've ever had anytime, anywhere.
want a glass of wine.
Have you gone to Italy?
No.
I need a glass
Gelato in Italy is pretty good.
I haven't gone to Italy. I want to go back to France. I missed out on that trip to southern France.
How? What kind want to go?
No, we were supposed to go in September. And we had flights and everything. So dumb.
Look, business reservations are recommended. Okay, well, what do we make reservations for? We want to eat like an hour and a half. It's 1900.
Probably a little earlier.
Well,
6:30.
how are we gonna be hungry earlier? Or because you just want to drink?
Yeah, drinking something like an appetizer.
Okay. Contacts, reservation.
Did I open this one?
Location.
Must have.
3. Oh my God, you're crazy.
Mm-mm. Bless you.
Thanks.
Okay, what's... No, we don't need a reservation.
When I'm half between like sneezing and not sneezing, I try to think of all the dust in the room so I can fully sneeze.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I tell myself like, oh, it must be really dusty right now. Did you happen to ask Arthur about the Prozac?
I texted him.
You want to get it for cheaper?
No, he has 20s.
Oh, what do you have?
Well, 10s.
Oh, you want...
And I have a prescription for 10s that your mom gave me.
Business. Refrigerating. We're gonna see Maddie. You gonna text her?
Yeah, I'll text her.
Arthur says yes, and he also has 10s. He just found the 10s too, so he's got 10s and 20s.
Alright. Can I have some of the 20s?
Yeah.
Okay, I said we'd walk over there at 6:15.
Alright, good.
What time is it?
Oh, that is so weird.
1740.
Oh, that's so weird. You were talking about moles.
Why?
Oh, I can't tell you, I guess. Allison sent me a picture of a mole on someone, not her.
Why would you tell them? What the
I
heck's
can't
wrong with
tell
you?
you.
No, this is a bad mole.
Let me see.
Okay, well,
I want to see who it is.
just deal with your shit without fucking everything up like you always do. Because I just ask you to tell anybody,
That's
and
a
then
bad
why can you not?
Well, that's good for me to know what to look at for myself.
It doesn't say who it is. Could be anybody.
Educational.
Okay.
See how it's dark in the middle?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell her he needs to.
You also claim the EIB was partnered with the government's cybersecurity and infrastructure agency, CISA, to censor Twitter, but you mix up CISA, CISA, a Homeland Security agency, with the Center for Internet Security, the CIS.
Taibbi later corrected the error in his reporting. The Democratic Representative Stacey Plaskett thinks he committed perjury. He could go to jail for 5 years. Taibbi calling out the media for not having his support back.
Not a peep from my so-called colleagues in mainstream media over this outrageous abuse. It doesn't matter what journalist it is, they should be upset about it because it could be them next.
Jason was served, and as you said before, if you imagine, I mean, he made an honest mistake with some actions. The alphabet soup of enforcement agencies in our government is just mind-boggling. They all have important responsibilities, but this seems to be a little overboard.
Yeah, I mean, to threaten a journalist like this,
or anybody.
Just anybody. If you made a mistake, you correct the record, and you move on. He literally transposed one letter in the wrong direction, and supposedly he's going to go to jail for that? That's ridiculous. Kamala Harris. Well, she just went out and talked
You
about
asked for report, you need your fucking scapula.
It's not even an agency.
So you're like, dig your thumb right. It's what you said to do before. Sorry, I was actually.
They're going to be called before Congress, do all these things. It's just so excessive. It's so wrong. But I tell you what, there are agencies will go out there. When I was in Congress, guess what? I started to look at the IRS with Lois Lerner. I just happened to get an audit within 5 days of that. I had a hearing where I was the chairman going after the head of the United States Secret Service. The number 2 person in the Secret Service had 40 agents give me a political enema like I've never had before. And so don't think that these things don't happen and that they aren't threatening.
What a nice
Well, I'm just sitting here
fat
thinking
ham has been delivered to me here.
do you know
What a nice
how
Hansel and Gretel here. Nice Greta Thunberg right for eating it.
messes up
Since
language?
she was one of the greenest
And she
people,
wants
she
to
doesn't
go
think
back
there's
to
any
Haiti
fucking
in jail
cows
for messing
left.
up Sissa and
The only
it's
thing that
absolutely
Greta and I have in common is we both don't work.
Wow! And you're both females. Wow.
Completely absurd.
Wow.
And again,
And maybe
this is not
we
just
both
Stacey
have
Foster.
Asperger's.
This
Wow.
is the Biden White House wants to put Haiti in jail. If we're following their logic, this is actually what happened.
What is that? It really feels, it won't go away.
Well, you can get an X-ray or a CT or MRI if you think it's more serious than just a muscle point. I think it's just a muscle point.
It's not that it's serious, it's just no stretch.
Well, you kind of fucking fibromyalgia. There's all these tension points, and then it's just a diagnosis for women that are like depressed and have like fatigue and joint pains and shit.
You know, I'm not going to name any other ones. But the bottom line is, you mix up CISA with CIS. I mean, it's ridiculous. And by the way, you know, he corrected it. And the woman doesn't know what perjury is. It has to be a malicious intent, malintent. It's not just a mistake.
Fortunately, you're right, so I don't have anything. But
Thank
Greg, where do you,
Ah,
how do you
you're right.
analyze this?
They're
I mean,
both lawyers.
we've reached a low point here. If we're talking about sending this guy to jail for an acronym mix-up or an alphabet soup mix-up.
Yeah, and you know this idiot politician has made her share of her mistakes. She probably thinks VD stands for Valentine's Day.
Wow.
She should SFTU.
Wow.
If they
I wish Greg Gupta
applied
was
this
my
to
uncle.
journalists,
Wow.
they would have to buy
He
many,
kinda
and
looks
they'd
like
have to
Uncle
build.
Gary.
He's a bear, his uncle.
And they'd have to make
His
them
Uncle
all
Greg,
free,
the
and
opposite of
everybody
Uncle
gets
Sam.
those
Oh,
things.
yeah.
Well,
I wonder if Vampire Amy is like, all I did was report.
Yeah, he's now, you know what he did? He did his job, but he's now on the outs. That's the thing that's crazy is that it's really weird, like watching like liberal journalists. We just did Bill Maher. You look at Taibbi. You look at Greg.
Yeah, of
like,
course.
You're watching
Very
how their side was
palpable,
really about
not
power,
your
not
muscles
about
here.
truth.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens everywhere.
And the IRS
Wonder
visiting
what's
him on
on
the
that
day that
one
he's testifying before Congress.
Well, maybe your boobs are asymmetric.
Well, everyone's boobs are because they have a
you're
heart.
right. It's wrong here in the
Okay,
Didn't
well,
you know that?
is up next.
that doesn't make any sense. Your boobs don't go into your chest like that. Your boobs are on top of your chest wall.
Oh.
That's why you can take
Hi,
out
I'm
people's
William
boobs
Devane.
without even going through their.
Did you know there's only been two times in American history, two, when the national debt was larger than gross domestic product? World War II.
I love how you're trying to talk to
right
me
now.
about anatomy. Maybe
That's
it's silly.
And I don't know
I've
how
literally
to find
read.
out.
I've literally read
That's
several
why I
textbooks on
buy gold
anatomy.
from
Fucking
Rosalind
crazy
Capital.
baby girl.
Rosalind Capital is a
Front to
trusted
back.
leader in helping people acquire precious metals. Gold bullion, Lady Liberty gold and silver proofs, and premium coins can help you preserve your wealth. Call Rosalind Capital to receive your free Rosalind Guide to Gold, Gold and Precious Metals IRS,
What?
and silver brochure.
Oh, it's funny. Oh, it's funny.
It's fine, you got it delivery.
Oh.
Are you safe? Get gold.
You should just get it.
Call Rosalind Capital today at 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900.
My fellow Americans, this is your all-time favorite president, Donald J. Trump. Over the last 40 years, I've corresponded with some of the most inspiring people, from presidents to kings and queens, and from Hollywood stars to business titans. My new coffee table,
Hello, Mother.
to Trump, published by Winning Team Publishing, features some of these never-before-seen letters. You're going to love reading it. You're going to love having it.
Why is he so funny? Anything he says.
Yeah, I love it.
It's my book. Don't worry, myself is William Devane. If it's in your house, it'll be your book.
You're gonna love reading it. You're gonna love having it.
You said it.
You're gonna love having it.
I bet my dad fucking would love having it. My dad's like,
I'm gonna buy it.
my dad would love buy it.
McCoys, Forever Feuding, streaming now on Fox Nation. President of the United Scandals?
The administration is aligned to your face.
Trump.
Sean breaks down what you need to know with our live audience. Tonight on
Honestly,
Hannity.
Levin is just as impressive as Trump. Like, I think Levin is so top tier. He's like the rabbi of pop.
Welcome back. Time for the fastest. First up, a popular tourist spot in Italy, or a PTS, is banning selfies. The hope is that it would keep guests from lingering and clogging up narrow streets, and violators would be subject to a fine of roughly $300. I like this story, Dana, because they didn't say what the name of it was because they didn't think I could pronounce it. A popular tourist spot. How stupid do they think I am? Anyway.
I mean, it's Monday and you are firing.
Good idea. Good idea.
I think for the small town,
Yeah.
Italy is like basically they're clogging up the sidewalks, nobody can move, the cars can't.
Oh, my dream come true. Dance for some taking selfies.
I think that there's going to be a movement so that people don't post as many pictures.
Oh, yeah.
Like maybe just choose your top 10 from your whole entire vacation.
Sound like
and
you're
not all
morphing
of
into
these
cats.
things, especially with the list.
Well, I haven't endorsed posting pictures on fucking social media for the longest fucking time.
Here's what your lips look like. They're so egocentric. They're so arrogant. You go to Italy because you want to see it. You don't want to see these people with it. Do I look good this way? Do I look good that way? How about this way? I mean, they are so egocentric.
Yeah.
Harold,
do you take a lot of selfies?
None.
But I think it's called
First walk over to the restaurant, 25 minutes.
town doesn't allow it. Maybe people won't come and spend as much money. I think they're a little annoyed when you can't walk down the street because people take pictures. But look, people spend. I love when people come to New York and spend money. If they want to take pictures in front of the hot dog stand, let them.
Let me ask you a question. If you're in a rush and somebody's trying to reassess redo their photo, I mean, it's taking your time.
Yeah, forget it. I've worn them before like that. It's fine. Or just wear fucking, what can I wear my sandals.
Did you know that Dominique lives in Mexico?
What?
She's been living in Mexico for 3 years.
No. You're talking to her.
A very hungry moose wandering into a movie theater in Alaska. Something happened in Alaska. The little fella helping himself to some popcorn
Wait, keep going.
before leaving his nose stuck in a McDonald's Happy Meal pot. You know, at least something is going to the movies, right?
Well, you know
Look.
what? I'll tell you.
Look at how.
Does he come off and like to hear about him all night?
You can't see his lips.
Oh,
That's a big prize they got that at.
yeah.
You got a happy
Oh, that's terrible.
Eating a cow.
You know, Harold, we always go for these stories when animals are in places they aren't. Have you ever encountered an animal in a place it shouldn't be? Keep it clean.
Can't get it off.
It comes off. I've seen the end of it. It comes off.
I've seen a fox in my backyard, but no, look.
What was her name?
The thing came off. The thing that happened.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Jason, you live in somewhere.
Yeah, we expect them to play.
In Alaska.
You talk the Intermountain Western
Look at the fucking clerk girl. She's just fucking filming.
Right, yeah.
My answer to you? Go for it.
Yeah, as long as you're on top, it's okay.
Missing the whole point of this. One of the best parts of the video is the.
But that's how I like to sleep.
Yeah. And she just calmly films the entire thing.
And then he walks out. The miss just walks out.
Oh, okay, thank you.
There you go. Bye, Liz.
Oh, to the movies. Look at that.
Yeah, movie playing at the theater.
Yeah, by Bird Box.
Yeah, Bird Box. There you go. All right, one more thing is up next.
Got the Nelson laugh there.
Need relief for tired, achy feet or the energy to keep working? There's a Dr. Scholl's for that. Dr. Scholl's massaging gel insoles have patented gel waves that absorb shock to hard-working muscles and joints for all-day energy.
Subway keeps upping their game with the Subway Series, an all-star menu of delicious subs. There's the Philly, the Monster, the Bone.
If I hadn't seen it in person, I wouldn't have believed it.
Even if believe yourself, the Subway Series. Try Subway's tastiest menu upgrade yet.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
Everyday products.
Oh my
Designed
God.
smart. Like a smart coffee grinder.
My professor's son is transgender.
I need a breakthrough card.
like
It wasn't
ours,
like that,
with 2.5%
like, 2 years
cash back
ago.
on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with great spending to 8%, you keep making smart ideas.
Brilliant reality.
Sure, he's queer, not just dressing funny.
Premier Card can change
See?
your business. Make more
Yeah,
business.
well.
He's got tons of tattoos.
We all know Mark Wahlberg as an American movie star, but what makes him unique is what he does when he's not on the silver screen. Mark is passionate about his family, his faith, and his country. He joined me on a tour of our 9/11 mobile exhibit. With his powerful voice, he's helping us to never forget those who have sacrificed so much.
You guys are doing amazing work.
Our foundation, you know what we do. We take care of our first responders and Gold Star widows, their loved ones died in the line of duty, they leave young children behind, catastrophically injured service members. When we build these mortgage-free smart homes, you're a man of faith.
Absolutely.
St. Francis of Assisi said, brothers and sisters, while we have time, let us do good.
Absolutely. We all have to do our part. There is definitely a role for every one of us to contribute in some sort of way.
See, now we don't hold any grudge with any New York-Boston sports rivalries because of all that you guys do.
I had the good fortune of being able to visit Afghanistan and to see the sacrifice that our brave men and women actually make to provide our freedoms. I don't take that lightly. As I got involved, I was inundated with calls about how people could help and contribute. And
It represents all the great heroes that died in 9/11. And we're always going to hold it to the highest standards of any foundation in America.
couldn't find a more worthy cause. The fact that this is something that has literally touched and affected every single person, they just have to be a part of it. And your reputation is beyond impeccable. Everybody knows where the money's going. Every single dollar. God bless you.
We need your help to deliver mortgage-free homes to catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star, and fallen first
The patient
responders.
at IMC I'm wearing is still there. I don't know. I gotta go visit him.
Support their efforts by visiting t2t.org.
I think about him quite frequently.
Steel isn't forged overnight. After all the mining, blasting, and casting is done,
Monte
strong
Cristo.
it lasts. Grandson of a steel worker, Ron DeSantis worked his way through college and law school. Joined the Navy as a JAG officer. Volunteered to serve in Iraq advising SEAL Team 1, earning a Bronze Star. Held the Republican establishment accountable in Washington. As governor,
It's time now for one more thing. Where goes first?
Tonight we have Rob Long, Martha McCallum, Nick Gillespie from Reason and Cat Tip. That's tonight at 11. Hey, let's do this.
Animals are great. You see that? I just watched it.
I hate rhinos because they have a horn that allows them to eat food that I can't eat.
Oh.
This is how a rhino eats a watermelon. If you're at home, you probably didn't know this, but they use their horn to... Oh, there you go. Look at that. Just crushes it, and then he eats it. Isn't that great?
Are they vegetarians?
Are they?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Well, because I've been to Africa several times. Also, they have eyes on the side of their head. Remember the other day I said, if you have eyes on the front of your head, you're supposed to eat meat.
Predator.
Really?
Well, that's just a theory. One of the evolutionary theories is like, prey has on the side of their head, so they have a wide peripheral field of vision, so they can see the predator. Predators have three-dimensional vision, so they can like track by their three-dimensional vision. That could just be for like food or something. But it's one of the
And so
theories.
that's little Matea Di Girolamo. She's from New Jersey.
There we go.
She started taking
That's hilarious. Look at us.
He said, check me out.
How old is she? Do you know?
She is 6 years old. Matea.
That is adorable.
Very cute. And also, don't miss the latest Everything Will Be Okay podcast. Rosanna Scotto of Fox 5 here in New York joins me. It is a fun chat.
All right. In Arizona,
Yes.
homeless people were giving their own meals to their dogs. So this woman who's a homeless shelter volunteer started making dog bags.
My mom's got 100 like them in the closet.
She gave me some meal and a little comfort.
Sure she did.
All the treats out of her pocket and hands them out with a smile on her
That's a nice
face.
shirt.
She says, whatever joy we can bring into these dogs' lives,
It's a nice
even if
shirt.
it's just for an hour, we do what we can. God bless you for doing that. Yeah, very sweet. Okay, Harold.
You want me to press it with a stick?
Of 60 and 80 set a world record. They jumped out of two different planes.
Well,
Maybe
maybe we need some heat.
altitude of 18,000
I
feet.
think
They
it
did the
needs
stunt over California. They beat a
You want
record
a hot
for
pack on?
about 75
Oh, yeah,
skydivers in
acupuncture.
2018.
Look at them.
These guys
Look
are
at that.
60 to 80 years old doing this. Congrats to you.
That's crazy.
That is amazing.
You know how many jars of Relief Factor fell out of their pockets?
Oh, wow.
What's that?
Relaxing.
Yes.
All right, Jason.
Stuff.
All right, this is a
Arthritis.
great story. If you love just sports and you love big hearts, you're going to love this because Drew Maggi spent 13 years in the minor leagues. He's 33 years old. He's played 1,150 games in the minors, and the Pittsburgh Pirates called him up to the bigs. He's
Wow.
going to the show. Amazing. He says he can't sleep, and
He's
congratulations.
only 33. He looks like he's 45.
I don't know.
Wow, it's played a lot.
13 years
He's
in
on the
minor
infield.
leagues.
Yeah,
That is
1,100
amazing.
You know
games.
what? We're about to go into our 13th year of the 5.
Wow.
That's July 11th.
I thought that's our 12th.
Yeah, I
It's
did
our 12th anniversary, I think.
All right. That's it for us. Special report is up next. Hey, Brett, are you there?
I am here. Thanks, Judge. I like that little girl doing the cartwheel, too.
Yeah, that was adorable.
All right. Thanks. Good evening. Welcome to Washington. I'm Brett Baer, the top Democrat in the Senate.
Hi,
and New York
Brett.
Democratic Mayor raising eyebrows.
I have a fear.